Hello, and welcome back to Xpwaste, where you'd think they'd have a little bit better border security at Karamja with all the rum that gets smuggled out, but I guess not. The banana plantation must be working under the table. I don't know. Hi, I'm Oxie.
And I'm Michael. If you're new around here, we are Xpwaste. We're an Old School RuneScape podcast. We'll talk about the news. We'll talk about the happenings, the things, all of the stuff. And we'll talk about our game. We'll talk about the game that we love. And if you're not new around here, that was probably the best intro Oxy's ever done.
That was rough. That was rough. That was not the best intro ever. But you know what? It happens. I'm distracted. What do you want from me? It's been a long day.
It's all right. We're back. We're back after an amazing meetup. We're back. Hello, everyone.
We are back. We're back and we're changed.
Before we started recording, I realized I'm very hungry, and usually recording starts around lunchtime for me. And so I was like, I'll be right back. I'm going to go eat a protein bar, which I did, but I also scarfed down 3 tortillas and about 15 chips with some salsa. And I'm full. We're ready to go. I got my coffee, my second cup of coffee that's now cold. We're going to try it live on the pod. Just as I expected. Now, before Oxy says anything, I do put ice in my coffee when I'm out and about. But that's just to cool it down so I don't burn my tongue. There's 3 different types of coffee, right? There's the perfect temperature, which is about 125 degrees Fahrenheit. There's iced coffee, which is normally brewed to be cold. And then there's just too hot coffee that they pour out of one of those little glass mugs at restaurants. And it's piping hot. And you have to put a little bit of ice in there to cool it down. Or otherwise, you miss the window of perfect coffee drinking, where it's like it's sat on the table for 10 minutes, naturally cooling down. And then you just wasted 10 minutes that you could have been drinking your coffee. I just speed up the process of making it the perfect temperature. But I get flame for it. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes my ice cream is too cold, so I hold it over the stove for a little bit so it gets that perfect temperature where it's not too cold where it hurts my mouth, but it's not too warm where it's runny. You know what I'm saying?
I know
you take the whole tub of ice cream, just you're
making fun
right
of me,
over
but
the stove.
That could work.
Yeah.
It could work. My family, my dad used to put his ice cream, like the whole container of ice cream, into the microwave. That's a crime, and he should be in prison for that.
Cool. So it runs in the family then, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes. How you doing? How are you recovering?
I was doing better, and then we started talking about the ice and the coffee again, and now it's just right out the door. I'm doing all right. I've been recovering from the Xpwaste North meetup. It's been a lot of fun. Surely the meetup was an absolute blast. I'm tired, y'all. I tell you what, I'm tired.
Yep.
I think that's the consensus from Michael and I. I think Michael looked at me before he left, just like, we have to not meet up with each other again for like probably 5 years. I'm like, yeah, that's fair, because we were all over each other that weekend. It was a great time. Definitely had a blast doing it. IRL, I've been just begrudgingly doing work and fencing, and I'm preparing for a huge tournament we have the Saturday following this episode's release. So that's gonna be what I'm doing all week. I'm very, very, very excited for that, for fencing.
Yeah.
And then let's see, in RuneScape, I'm in a bingo, but there's something I do want to address first, because I feel like I let a lot of you down. You know, a lot of you guys who have been following me for a while, and a lot of you guys who kind of know what I like and don't like in this game. It does kind of break my heart to say, because it does feel like a betrayal. You know, it feels like I hurt you guys by trying to be selfish, right?
Okay.
For the first time ever, I did successfully complete a solo Chambers of Xeric.
Oh.
And then did it a total of 5 times this week. So I'm sorry if I have failed you guys in my hatred of Chambers. But I have done 5 Chambers solo. It's not horrible. It's not fun. but it's not horrible.
Isn't that how it always starts? Like you're like, this isn't what I'm liking, and then you're like, oh well, it's not that bad. And then you've been at MLM since you were like 65 mining, and now you're almost 87.
I think that's a you problem. I never claimed to like MLM. I think that's a you thing, dog. That's a you problem for sure, brother. Because I tell you what, I don't know anything about that. But no, I've been doing solo chambers. It's not been, like I said, it's not been the worst experience I've ever had in the world. It's also definitely not the best because I can't count to 4 anymore. It's like I'm back in the Inferno. Like I don't know how to count to 4 to do the 4 to 1 cycle. I'm not good at that. I can mage run at Ulm, not too bad once I get into cycle for that, but sometimes Ulm is just a cock and makes it very difficult. But yeah, I don't know why I can't count to 4. I did a solo last night at like 2:30 in the morning, and I was getting mega tilted.
It's probably the time.
I just couldn't. No, even when I do it like in a normal hour, I just couldn't get the right flow. I was just getting salty. But yeah, I've been soloing some chambers because I said I wanted to get 50 solos done this year because I do want to get master CAs done, and I'm not going to get masters done if I don't learn how to do chambers like that. It's going to be absolutely miserable. But I don't really see a world in which I can successfully get the master CAs done without having that kind of knowledge of chambers to get in and get some tasks there. Because from what I understand, once you know how to do solos, a lot of the CAs are pretty free.
Yeah.
Like once you know how to do them. Obviously, like the solo CM time, that's going to take a lot of work. But like, as far as like the perfect stuff and like not having Ulm spawn specials, like once you can do that well, I've heard it's not too bad, right? Just do it perfectly in a solo and it's not terrible. Do it without dying and it's not terrible. Like, I'm not there yet. And it's going to take a million years for me to get there. So I might as well start now. And also, man, I just want to see a solo purple. TOA sucks balls for purples. Everyone's always like, oh, it's the money raid. Yeah, if you do it at a 400 level. And even then, I'm not... TOA has not been very kind to me purple-wise, so I'm very just like pouty against TOA. But, such is the life of watching your friends pull multiple shadows in 150s, and then you get jack shit over like 100 solo raids. So it's just tough to watch, But, yeah, we've been, speaking of raids, I am a part of a bingo for Raids Bank, actually, which is kind of like I don't even know what to describe that clan as.
An offshoot?
I don't even know how to describe it, but they're a group of folks, and I'm having a blast. The board actually, the guy who was running it, Heartless, he DM'd me and was like, yeah, we took a little bit of inspiration from Springo, and they have like a Trailblazer themed board,
which is pretty legit.
If you guys were around for Springo 23, I can chuck the board on screen right now because I think I'm editing this week.
Wow.
It's fun. Like you have to complete a region to unlock a secret tile, and then once you complete a region, you can unlock another region as well as the secret tile. So it's been a lot of fun.
You start with 3, right? You pick 3.
Yes, you start with 3.
So it's actually Trailblazer.
Yeah, it's actually Trailblazer. It's a pretty fun concept. And I've been having a blast with my teammates. It has been one of the most lasagna chair weekends I've had in a long time. Like, it was gross. I overslept today because I was up till 4 o'clock in the morning yesterday, 4:30, something like that. Just like absolutely gaming. I won't be able to put that kind of time in for the rest of the week, unfortunately, just because I've got this tournament coming up, and like it's one of the biggest tournaments of the year, locally speaking, and I can't like just fluff it off because I want to play RuneScape. So
makes sense.
I'm trying to like focus up and not stay awake till 4 a.m. every day.
Yeah.
Not because of work. Work. I'll oversleep through work if I could. But for the tournament, I don't want to be all for the tournament. But no, I'm having a good time. We're doing all sorts of fun stuff. We've been sending the money 400s. I need some power weapons, dog. I need a
Yeah?
Shadow and a T-bow so bad. It really sucks to like, I don't know, be able to do the content and like not get absolutely mollywopped anymore. Like
Mhm.
Insanity doesn't feel bad. I can do it. But it's, boy, is it brutal to be like Bofa. Sangstaff's not bad. I don't mind Sangstaff because now I've got the Ancestral. It's a nice upgrade, but like, I also pulled Rangers this week.
What,
Which
really?
my team got quite the my team got quite the
Oh.
kick out of me pulling Rangers because I opened the clue and went, "Oh, do we need Rangers for anything?" And they went, "No." I went, "Oh, okay." They're like, "Did you just pull Rangers?" I'm like, "Yep, I did."
Damn.
So, like, I didn't like freak out or anything like that. I turned them into pegs and then I immediately sold them to buy some prims. So we're
do you
cheering,
do you make more money if you turn them into pegs?
I don't know. I didn't do them
Did
to
you
make
have
money.
The crystal?
I'm like, no, I just bought it's like 100K. So I bought a
okay.
Pegasian crystal and was like, oh hell yeah, I'll have my pegs back. And then while gearing for TOA, it was like, I don't have prims, huh? Because I sold those for I sold them for Ancestral. So I was like, I'm gonna buy prims back. And I immediately sold my Pegasians because they're one of like the most useless upgrades you could possibly buy. Which I also learned this week in a shocking twist that I was not aware of. Venator Ring sucks ass.
Really?
Venator Ring does not add a max hit with the T-bow.
Huh.
Yeah.
Then why is it useful?
I don't know. People
Like,
are it's like one of the big disappointments. Like
does
people
it add a max hit with any other weapon?
I don't think so.
Oh, what?
Like there's like a couple specific use cases. I think someone said like at Leviathan it might add a max hit, but I don't know what's different about it.
So it's like the Archer Ring all over again.
Pretty much, yeah. It's the Archer Ring, but it's like 80 mil. So it's just that's mega disappointing to hear about.
Might have to do more research into that because that seems weird.
I said the same thing. I'm like, dog, there's no way the Venator Ring doesn't add a max hit, but I'm on a team with gamers, which is an interesting change of pace. Because normally when I'm in TNL, it's like me and one other person, maybe two, right, depending on what team I'm on, are like Inferno, Tob, PVM.
Yeah.
But on this team, it's like there are more people with capes than there are not. Like I think we have maybe 2 or 3 fire capers, and most of those are like Iron Men.
Yeah. Well, the clan is called Raids Bank. It's like a PVM clan.
Yeah, it's fun. It's been a lot of fun. So it's cool to be on a team of like, I like not being the best player on the team, which is why I draft people who are better than me in my bingos, and then do that. But we've been having a good time. The whole team was online last night. It's been a hoot. So
nice.
They were the higher level PVM folks were telling me that it's not as good. The Venator Ring is not as hype as it should have been, which sucks. But
it's a big disappointment. And how's it been not having to like conduct the bingo? I know it's a weird word, but that's the one that came to mind. It's like you're not having to be the admin
bliss.
it's so good.
It's bliss. I am not cursed with the knowledge of the board or how other teams are doing. I don't have to keep anything a secret. I don't have to document shit. I just have to play the game, and it's great because man, it gets exhausting. So I'm glad it's someone else's task this time around. But I'm having a good time. Shout out to the folks on The Liquor, spelled incorrectly. It's been a blast. As by now they probably know that I'm not gonna be playing a ton this week, or not putting in the same kind of hours that I put in this weekend, but I'll be able to be on and do whatever. So it's been a blast. It's been a hell of a lot of fun. We've gotten some cool drops. Spent some time with some cool folks. Definitely
Exciting.
a 10 out of 10 experience so far. Yeah.
Exciting.
How about you? How's your week been back in the land of the living here?
Back in the land of the living. It's been very I haven't played much RuneScape at all. Friday night out of the entire week. So I got back pretty late on Sunday. I had a bachelor party on Monday. I was hanging out with the wife on Tuesday pretty much the whole night. Wednesday also hanging out with the wife. Thursday went to a wedding, was there all day, and then Friday was the first time I pretty much logged into RuneScape. and just I did some volcanic mine with Scotty. It was a good time. It's gonna be a long grind. So we did the math, and it's like if you go on rate, just points wise, it's like 400,000 points to get the dragon pickaxe from VM, and that's like 100,000 points, I think, or 400. No, it's 400,000 points, and then it is 4,000 points for the ore pack. So it's a 1 in 100. Like 40 hours. It's a lot of hours. But if I went on rate for the pick, I would have like close to 91 or 92 mining, just completely doing it all at Volcanic Mine, which isn't terrible because then that's Amethyst unlocked. So I like Volcanic Mine enough to where if I did go on rate, I wouldn't be upset. So yeah, it's just been a lot of mining. I did some diaries. I did the Fremenic.
I saw that last night. You were
Diary.
smashing them out.
Yeah, Fremenic hard diary, and that was basically just so that I could have the shortcut up the little rock ledge to do a farm run for the Fremenic or the troll patch essentially. And then once I do, I think it's making friends with my arm or my arm's big adventure. Hold on.
I think it's making friends with my arm.
So once I do making friends with my arm, then I can actually teleport to the actual patch. Because I think that like the basalt teleports you up there if you have the shortcut unlocked, which is fun. To make farm runs just a tad bit more efficient so I don't have to run all the way from the Trollheim teleport to the patch. Saves me probably a good 2 or 3 minutes.
And I have got all of the salt for you to make all the fires.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure once you do making friends with my arm.
I'm excited.
I don't think I got the teleports. I think I mined the salt for everybody. And then you need like to put it in your POH as like a portal. It's like 100 of the additional ingredients. And I was like, you guys can do that yourselves.
Yeah.
Like, it's not getting the teleport in your house is not nearly as hard, but I got the fire ingredients for all 4 of us. I think they're in the group chest.
I did see that.
That's finished making friends with my arm. You'll have the fires, which are so nice.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm not going to be doing much of the content that the fires, like where you benefit from them, for a while, but at least we'll have them unlocked. I mean, if I go do a cave horrors task.
Cave horrors, giant mole, the swamp in Morytania, Godswords dungeon.
Wait, which one is in Morytania?
It's the one that makes the gas not poison your food anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's a thing.
Yeah, it's the fire of like eternal. I don't know, something.
I've been playing this game for 7,000 hours, and this is the first I'm hearing of that one.
Huh?
Maybe I just did it. Like maybe when the quest came out, I just ran around and did all the fires, not really knowing what they did because I knew
You should log into your main and see if you have it lit in the Mortmire Swamp
right now. Live
it's
on
right
the pod?
by the
Okay.
It's right by the entrance to the. It's right by the fairy ring.
Okay. Watch.
Right
I don't have it. I'm gonna bet you I don't have it. So I know I have the cave horrors, the mole, Godswords dungeon, and that one's it. Cave horrors, Godswords dungeon, and mole. And I don't think I did the swamp one because I never go into Lumbridge Swamp.
It's not Lumbridge Swamp. It's the Morytania Swamp, Mortmire.
I thought you said there was a Lumbridge Swamp one too.
There is one in the Lumbridge Swamp caves. I'm pretty sure for a light source.
Yeah,
I think
that's what I'm talking about. I don't think I've done that one, but we're putting in the old pin here, the 6-digit authenticator code. 6, 5, 8. All right, live on the pod. But yeah, so if I do that, just trying to fill some time while I'm getting there. If I do the quest, I'll have access to that. And what else did I do? Oh, it was kind of fun because I was doing stew boosting for a thieving, a +5 thieving boost. And there's 2 diaries that require 75 thieving. One is to steal from the Gemstall and Keldegrim, and the other is the one I was. That's the one I was trying to do, the Gemstall and Keldegrim was the one I needed for the Fremenic diary. And then there's another one that's pickpocket an elf. Or sorry, pickpocket a gnome. Man, all over the place today. Pickpocket a gnome. And that one is also 75 thieving. And so what I did was I had the seed pod in my inventory. I started in Keldegrim and teleport to house. I started in Keldegrim and I thieved the stall once I got to +5. It only took, I don't know, like less than 10 yellow spices, which with a wily cat, that takes no time at all. So once I got the boost, it only took like maybe 10 yellow spices. And with a wily cat, that's the easiest way, you know? Like I was knocking them out, max hit 2s. Okay, so we're here at the swamp. Where is this fire? Where are you? I see no fire. You said it's by a fairy ring?
Yeah. You go down, it's at the fairy ring, you run through the gate.
Okay.
From the Salve graveyard, and it's right there, like on the edge of the River Salve.
Huh. I'm not seeing any fires.
Oh my god, he doesn't have it.
Where's the fire pit though?
Boys, he doesn't have it.
Where's the fire pit? Is that it over there?
It should be like right there.
Isn't it? Oh, it says build old fire pit. I don't have it.
Oh my god. 7,000 hours deep, and my boy doesn't have the fire that makes the Mort Meyer Swamp free as hell.
Wow.
Though granted, you probably just teleport right to Barrows on that account.
Yeah,
but now
100%.
that it doesn't matter, for your Iron Man,
this would be great.
You've got the stuff to build all of the fires.
This would be great.
No fire shall go missed. I think the only one I don't have built, I want to say it's the Godswords dungeon one, because you need like a construction level that I didn't have at the time.
Oh.
So I think I need to build the Godswords dungeon one still. Maybe. I don't know.
Anyway, long story short, I got the boost. I thieved the stall. Then I teleported with the seed pod directly to the stronghold and got a pickpocket to the gnome. And that was free as hell. So now, let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more hard diaries, and then all of the hard diaries are done. And I think I have all of the requirements. That's the other cool thing, is I think I can just knock them out. The brick wall is going to be chompies for me, to be honest.
Dude, chompies is such a brick wall. It sucks.
It's a brick wall.
That's why I don't have all the medium diaries done, because I was cruising through mediums for a while. And I was going to be the one to unlock them to get the more group space.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, 70 more chompies? That's a big ask, dog.
And it's
That's a big ask. I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's 300 for the hard diary. Ugh, it's a lot. I mean, you kill like 7 or 80 an hour, so it's not like it would take terribly long. But it's just like that's like 3 hours that I don't want to just sit at the computer killing chompies the whole time. That's why I streamed when I did it on my
you don't
main.
you don't have to pluck them.
Oh, you don't have
You
to
just
pluck
kill
them?
No,
What?
the plucking only is a pet chance.
What?
You don't pluck them until you have the elite diary done for the pet chance. That's literally the only reason why you pluck them, because it gives an extra roll on the pet table.
7,000 hours in this game.
My boy.
Today we learned you build a fire in Morytania, it stops the ghasts, and you don't have to pluck the chompies.
No,
still get the kill count just for
I'm
killing
glad
them.
I'm glad I saved you from doing it 1,000 more times.
I know, right? I may just
because
get the elite diary done and get the pet. And then besides VM and all that fun stuff, diaries. No, that was it. Just VM and diaries. That's all I've done. So I played Friday and Saturday night, and today's Sunday. I have not played a lot of RuneScape.
He's an iron now, boys.
I'm an iron. Oh, I'm 74,000 XP away from 87 mining. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe mining will be my first 99. We'll see.
That's so gross.
Why is that gross? You were going
to 99 mining.
You were going to benefit from this.
I know I'm going to benefit. It's just like, are you okay, dog? 99 mining is your first 99?
Let me tell you something. Mining is the worst skill in the game. And if I get it done while I'm motivated to do it, then maxing this account will be a piece of cake, which I want to max this account. I've already kind of put my mind to it. It's not
he's back on his bullshit, boys.
It's not the game.
Back in action.
It's not the goal, but it's the end goal, you know? maxing an Iron Man, even if it is a cheat Iron Man, a group Iron Man, if you will. Let's see. I kind of breezed over real life stuff, but the wedding was a blast. The bachelor party was a blast. We went golfing, which I golfed better than I thought I would. And I think, shout out to the boys from the meetup where we went and hit some balls around. I think that little bit of practice that we had on Saturday morning really helped my game on Monday because I was hitting the ball straight and I was hitting the ball far. And I was impressed with my skill. And it made me just want to golf a little bit more, you know? If it wasn't so damn hot, because yesterday, actually, right now, it's still 100 degrees, 100 Fahrenheit. And it's just
cool 75 over by me.
What's the humidity level, though?
Chilling.
What is the humidity at? Because 75, but you guys had like whenever I was there, it was like 80% humidity. That's still not great.
That was pretty funny. Let's see. 75, it's a bit of a cloudy day. Only a 55% humidity.
55,
baby.
okay.
We're chilling.
It's not bad.
Oh, we're chilling.
It's not bad. Let me check the humidity right now for me. So it's 100 degrees. If the weather app would load, and we're sitting at a cool 39% humidity. So it's kind of dry, not terrible. Ooh, this is one thing that I don't know if a lot of people know about because I didn't know about it. If you own a home or you're renting, I don't know. If you have a house, you actually have to water the ground. Because here in Texas, it gets so hot that there starts to be like massive cracks in the yard because like there's just no moisture in the ground. And those cracks in the ground translate to foundation problems. And so we actually had to go buy like several sprinklers and hoses. And for like 5 hours in the evening, there's just a sprinkler going in my front yard. And there's a thing called a soaker hose. And we've laid that around the foundation of the house. And it like drips water out, but the entire hose drips water slowly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like making the foundation. Any word I use is going to be the boys in the chat are gonna chuckle. It's making the foundation moist so that
of all the words you could have chosen, you went with that one.
There's wet, moist, damp, all of them. It's moistening the foundation so that my house doesn't shift. Who knew? I didn't know. I've never really dealt with that. At the place that we were renting, the ground, like it rained enough last year. I think that that it wasn't an issue, but it just hasn't rained very much. Yes. F to my water bill. Avengor in the recording booth chat. Yes. We'll see. I guess we'll see how my water bill is because generally it's not that high, but we have had to run the spring. I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna cut it back. I don't think we're gonna have to run them every night for like 5 hours. Maybe 3 times a week is enough. But just to get the ball rolling, we've been running them every night. But that's fun. That's home ownership for you.
Oh, yikers.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Oh, yikers. But the bachelor party, we went to golf, and then we had some lunch, and then we went to the casino. And I lost $20. That's all I brought. $20. I was like, I'm not gonna gamble any more than this. And I wanted to, like, I really wanted to, but I'm like, I don't have that. Like, I don't have the money to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Look at my bank account. And there's like an extra $10. I'm like, what am I going to do with $10? That's going to go in about 30 seconds. So I just watched all my other friends make money, which was great. And then the wedding. Oh, you want to know something fun? 200 people in a big room with no AC sucks. Yeah.
I don't doubt it.
The venue, the AC was either broken or like, I don't know if it was just like pushing out air, but it wasn't cold air, but there was a thermometer in there and it said it was 86 degrees inside. Yeah. And I was dancing up a storm, baby. Didn't matter. My shirt was soaked, but we were having fun. And that was my week. Not a lot of RuneScape fun stuff.
I'm glad you had yourself a good week, even without, playing Volcanic mining simulator on your group Iron Man a ton. I say it's been about 30 minutes, and it's time we transition into main title content because we've been chatting today. We've been doing a lot of chatting. Jellies in the Catacombs of Krend again. God damn it.
Are you doing Slayer?
Yeah, we need. Okay, so on this bingo tile, briefly before we get into main tile content, we need a piece of Zami rune, and we can only get it from hard clues. And we also need a Hydra unique, or Hydra head specifically. So, I'm cruising through clues while looking for a Hydra task.
Gotcha.
So whenever I get like a burstable task that gives hard clues, I do it, and that's what I've been doing all day, pretty much. The brief amount of time that I've been on, because I slept way too late, because again, up till 4:30. But that is neither here nor there, folks, because we are getting in to main title content. Finally, the time has come. The recording booth chat have been sitting with us like 2 hours waiting for us to actually start talking about something, and we are here.
True.
Today, Michael and I bring you a wonderful episode that we've been planning for a little while. I'm going to do a sick-ass fade transition, and you're going to see this tier list, baby. We are doing a tier list of weapons in OSRS.
All of them.
Not all of them.
Some of
not
them.
all of them, because there are too many of them, and people keep trying to get us to add more. There's like 40-something weapons on there right now, so there might not be some stuff, but we've got a lot of really cool ones. It's going to be fun. We've been wanting to do this episode for a little while, so, excited for it. Let's kick it off. Let's get her going. What are we looking at first, Michael? What weapon do you want to do first?
So in the past, we've always done these in like in sets, is what I should say. We've done these in like categories. Do you want to do that now, or shall we just go at it randomly?
We can go categories first. You want to start strong with like Godswords or something?
Sure.
Like
yeah,
that?
there's 5 of them, so we should probably pop them up there.
Let's get the Godswords going. Sure, why not?
Let's do alphabetical order. So Armadillo up here.
Crossboard.
Okay, you gotta forgive me. You gotta.
It's the one next to the ancient set. No. Yep. No. It's the one you. Nope. It's the one next to that.
This one. Okay. So I'm gonna pop them in the bottom. That doesn't mean they're an F tier, just so we can visually see which one we're working with here. So Armadillo Godsword.
F tier conferred.
Oh no. Starting us off in a pretty mid tier weapon, unless you're PKing. I'll say that. Unless you're PKing, I wouldn't say that this is useful anywhere. Why? I don't know. Do you have any insight as to why this can't just like absolutely annihilate any monster that you use it on? Because I've seen it hit like 60s or 70s on players. Why does it not translate to monsters? Why can't I just one-shot a gargoyle with a spec?
I mean, I think it is good against PVM. It's just not the best. So let's look up its special attack. The Judgment, in addition to double accuracy, it inflicts damage with 37.5, 125% multiplied by the hidden 110 for every blah, 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 blah. Higher maximum hit than a normal attack. Rolls against the opponent's slash defense. Under ideal conditions, players can deal over 70 damage to a monster and over 90 damage with a black mask. Right?
Oh.
So on task, it can hit pretty hard. I just don't think it's not a bad spec weapon. I think there are just better spec weapons for PVM.
Gotcha.
I think it gets outclassed by like Claws, Voidwaker, DDS for like raw damage output.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have any stat lowering. So if you're going to use special attacks for stat lowering, AGS is not going to be the weapon you take with you.
So
it's also 6 tick.
Would you say
which slows it down?
Like a solid B tier weapon? I'm gonna feel like a solid B tier. Because of PvP.
You got to remind yourself, right? We're going to fall into the Michael, we need a standard line. We need a baseline standard that Michael's going to fall into. So I want you folks to remember this here before we really get rolling. First of all. Second of all, one thing we have to consider when we're doing all these weapons is the rule of cool. How fun is the AGS to use? And I think the AGS is fun in PvP.
Okay. It is fun. It's a classic.
I use it in LMS, and it's a lot of fun. Mima in the recording booth chat just said Chally over AGS, and sometimes that is true because the Chally can hit higher. So,
But the Chally's not on this
AGS.
list.
It is not, no, because we kept trying to think of weapons, and it's just there's so many.
We could probably do an entire tier list of just spec weapons.
Honestly, yeah, we probably could. But yep, how do I get to Grandor Island? But yeah, I think AGS in the B tier is fair.
Okay.
I think it's fair to put it there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So next is the Bidgis.
Yeah.
And that's this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The good old BGS.
BGS is, in my opinion, better than the AGS. So where does that land for tiers? A.
Why is it better though?
It just has more use cases. Like, it's old reliable, and as far as like taking it to bosses that you want to kill. You can't do Corp without it, that's for sure. You can't do most bosses without the old BGS or Warhammer. So
you can.
You shouldn't.
Suck. Yeah, you shouldn't, but you can.
You shouldn't. So yeah, I would say this is an A tier for me, but I'm happy to put it right next to the AGS.
So I'm only torn because like, is the BGS considered an S tier weapon?
Oh, S? Oh,
listen, the BGS is good. Lots of places you have to reduce spec. It's not the best everywhere, right? But you can use it at all 3 of the major raids. Anywhere you can reduce defense with a Dragon Warhammer, you can use a BGS. Sometimes just the Warhammer is more effective, like stats wise, and the BGS does more than lower defense, right? It also lowers like magic and stuff like that. Like it has a lot of good uses for it. Also, the spec looks sick. Once you get the golden one, I've got the golden spec right there. You slam it right down. It's gold. It's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd be content to put it in A and then maybe revisit it later, because you take the BGS everywhere, man. Like, it's one of the first big spec weapons you probably upgrade to. No?
Well, like, the price now it's actually comparable to the Dragon Warhammer, which I think is absolutely insane. Like, they're only a few, probably less than a few mil apart at this point. They're both like sitting around 27, 28 mil.
Yeah, holy shit. The Bandos Godswords is 24. The Dragon Warhammer is 26.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I remember when
Why is the BGS so expensive?
I remember when BGS was like 8 mil. I think what happened, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what happened was they made the BGS spec 50% instead of 55% or something.
It was always 50.
Was it always? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. But no, yeah, A tier for me seems reasonable. I'm
content to leave it there. We might bump it up later.
Sure.
We'll see.
Sure. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. What we have next is the SGS. This one's neat. I mean, I would say that it has a use, and that use is to restore your prayer and your health at the cost of a free spec that you always get. So what's interesting about the SGS that I like is that it still will heal you if you hit a 0. Is that correct?
Depending on the monster.
Right. So if if it's weak to, like, Karasks, for instance, can't be damaged by anything but leaf bladed. But you can get your health back from a Karask with a SGS because it rolls off of what it would have hit, although you hit a visible 0. Oh, Mima said it went from 100% to 65%, and now it's 50%. So yeah, so it did have a lot more use once this is going back to the BGS. I think the price went up because it became more useful once it was 50%. I've been playing this game a long time, and I knew I remembered something about the BGS becoming, like, buffed.
But when did that happen, though? Because I feel like ever since I've owned a BGS in, like, 2020, 2021, that's always been the case. It was always 50%. According to the wiki, the change was made for the special attack in 2015, and then again in 2017.
Oh.
So
before
it
you were
dropped to
playing.
50% in 2017.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
It has been a while. It's
So
probably
it's not like it's a recent change.
I feel like it's been at 50% longer than it wasn't at 50%.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, it has. So, I don't know. I have only used the SGS, honest to God, maybe one time.
Wow.
In leagues.
Oh, wow.
I have never been an SGS stan. I've never cared. I didn't take it with me to the Inferno. People were like, oh, take it in spec. And my logic was, if I'm ever close enough to spec a monster in the Inferno with the SGS, I'm too close. Like, I didn't use it there. People like it. They told me it's good, and I don't disagree with them.
Yeah.
Because it is cool to use. It's got the real cool go burr for SGS. It heals you. It's very nice. I used it in leagues to get like 300 kill demonic gorilla trips. Like
Whoa.
it's gross, dude. Leagues too, man. That was so much fun. But yeah, that's
B tier.
That's kind of where I would put.
I mean,
yeah, I'm fine with B. Yeah, I don't really. Yeah.
So the cool thing about the SGS was it was free food. I think that's because most people, you either take Guthans or you take an SGS. That's your 2 spec weapons for like healing. That's where I kind of saw, and it was like 50 mil back when I was using it too. I was like, I'll never buy this.
Yeah, it was quite expensive for a while. I do remember that.
What is it at now? Hold on. Sarah
Fallen
Dolman
from Grace, probably like 20. I don't know. I mean, my guess.
Sara Dolman. God sword. Damn, it's 17 mil now.
Monka.
Damn. 17 mil. Yeah, I think I bought the one that I have on my account currently for like probably 35, 40 mil. There goes
Gross.
the bank value. All right. We have both of the
Probably
Zed.
Zamorak is next. Zamorak would be next in alphabetical order.
So fun fact about the Zamorak Godsword. It wasn't on this tier list. And then we said, yeah, but we need something to go in the F tier. So here we are. It's not bad, but it literally has one use.
No, it's bad.
It has one use. And it's not even...
What's the one use, Michael?
Freezing Mutadile. That's
Good
literally
answer.
it.
It's awful. It doesn't serve a purpose, and it belongs in the F tier. Yep, you only want the Zammy hilt for collection log slot. That's literally it.
Poor Zamorak.
Zammy Godswords in F tier. And you could take it with you to Chambers. You can take it to Chambers, but there are better uses for Mutadile. You can cut the meat tree. You can use Ancients to freeze it. I think the Tent Whip spec is frozen. You can freeze with that, though. Honestly, if you're trying to Tent Whip spec Muta, you're probably just asking to die, so I wouldn't. But
here's a thought, though. There's other monsters. There's like other NPCs that you should freeze. Why is it not used there? Why can't you like SGS spec Bandos? Why can't you SGS spec ZGS? Why can't you ZGS spec Bandos? Why can't you ZGS spec Whisperer? Like, there's other things you need to freeze. Why is it just Mutadile?
I think the freeze only lasts for like 5 seconds.
What?
No, it holds them in place for 20 seconds.
Huh.
Maybe it's not as accurate.
ZGS spec at Obor. Thank you, Mima. Yeah. See, I think we're just thinking too narrowly about this, and there's other places where, having a ZGS might be better. Quickly, everyone go buy a ZGS.
I can't think of any, but we're using the rule of cool as part of our ruling. So I mean, sure.
Does it make it a
guess.
D tier weapon?
No, it's an F tier.
Okay.
It's still F tier.
Okay.
If the use case is, oh, don't worry, it can be used at Obor, it's still an F tier.
Wait.
Sorry.
Avengor said Muspa. Wait. Does it damage you when you spec them?
F tier, huh?
Does it provide damage? I think that's why people use Ice Barrage, is it also damages them.
No, it's because you're far away. Because Muspa has ridiculously high melee defenses.
Sure.
And you want to be far away to use magic because you want to freeze the melee phase. What are you talking about?
I don't know. The other ZGS, the ZGS. I have never used this.
Godsword.
Never used it.
I've used it in PvP. It's fun.
What does it do?
It's fun in PvP.
Oh, it provides bleed damage, right? Like if you start running, you take damage?
No, so you with the ZGA or the Zaros Godsword, you hit them with like a blood curse, kind of like Nex, and if they don't move 8 tiles in a certain amount of ticks, or however far it is in a certain amount of ticks, they take big old. I think they take 20 damage, and you heal 20 or something like that. So if you catch a freeze on them and then ZGS spec them, you can just keep DPSing them, and they won't be able to move, and they take that damage, and you get that healing, and it just kind of like all kind of cascades.
Pretty legit.
It's fun to use at LMS.
So what are we thinking? B, C?
Is there an indifferent tier?
Indifferent.
Because I think you can use it at PVM. People kind of like it.
So this is
some places. But
we need like a B.5, you know, like or C.5, like C.5, just right between B and C. I have no opinion. It could go in B or C for me.
We'll stick it in B just because I know you can use it. Probably. I forgot what weapons people were talking about. I don't know if it was one of the new bosses. Maybe it's Vard. I'm not 100% sure which one, but you can ZGS spec and it goes burr somewhere relatively new, but I don't know where.
Well, like, what does it do for bosses that don't move? Like Duke, he never moves.
I don't know if it works on Duke if it doesn't move. That's the thing. I genuinely don't know.
Oh, Ancient Godsword. Yes, Mima. It's AGS 2, not the ZGS 2.
Vard is Ancient Godsword. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Mima, is the Zaros Godsword. So it does have some uses at some of the new bosses, because I don't think Vard, even with the dash attack, I don't think Vardorvis moves enough to cancel out the effect. I don't think it's best in slot at Vard, but I think that's one of the new uses for it.
Oh, melee hand confirmed.
I don't know if it works on enemies that don't move. We'll probably have to look that up, wouldn't we?
Well, that's it for the Godswords.
OSRS. No, OSRS Ancient Godsword. Does this work on opponents that cannot move? Let's see. Upon a successful hit, the target will be marked for sacrifice and will have 8 ticks to move at least 5 tiles away from the attacker. If the target fails to do so, they take 25 damage and the attacker will be healed for 25. Praying Protect from Magic will not reduce the sacrifice damage. Magic damage will always hit a 0 on Cyclops and the Warriors Guild. Blah, 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 blah. It doesn't say anything about not working against opponents that don't move.
Well, this should be tested.
Maybe it does.
Yeah, we should test it out.
If I had the ducats to test it, I would.
How much is it?
Alas, 50 mil.
50 mil?
Yeah.
Hold the phone.
Next uniques are rare, dog.
Zaros.
Ancient Godsword.
Ancient. N-C-I-E-N-T. Ancient Gold Sword. 52 mil. Wow.
Yeah.
Not expecting that. I guess it is because it comes from Nex, not because it's cool to use.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, moving on from the God Swords, what do you want to do next? Is there any other God weapons?
Swords. You pick the next one.
Are there any other God
sure
weapons?
There are.
Because we didn't put Sarah Sword on here, but we can do the Armadyl Crossbow.
Why is Bofa on there twice?
I don't know. Maybe Bofa uncorrupted, Bofa corrupted?
No.
Nope.
Shouldn't be.
I think we just ignore that. Just ignore that one.
We can keep going with God weapons. So Armadyl Crossbow. I know where I want to put this weapon. Where do you want to put this weapon?
Where I'd like to put it is right in the C tier.
Back it up. Why are you putting it in the C tier?
I don't know, because there's a lot of other crossbows that, besides the fact that it makes the Zaros crossbow, I think that it is pretty mid whenever a dragon crossbow exists for a lot less. And it cost me a lot of money. So kind of bitter, you know?
I'm surprised with your bitterness you don't want to put it lower. After the infamous Michael merch, you know?
Make sure you buy crossbows, everyone. No, it's C tier. It's pretty mid. I wouldn't put it alongside any of the 3 God Swords as far as usefulness. Okay, it has its place. But right now, its place is to be broken down and upgraded.
It's in the bin, yeah?
Yeah. What do you think?
Place is in the fucking bin. I would... People in the recording booth chat are saying it's an A tier weapon. I'm saying
A-tier.
people in the recording booth chat are wrong. Unfortunately, listen. It is marginally better than the Dragon Hunter marginally better than the Dragon Crossbow. Marginally, right? The special attack gives a 20% chance to proc bolts with increased accuracy. I'll stick it in C tier because I know a lot of people seem very attached. According to the recording booth chat, they seem very attached to their ACBs.
Mm-hmm.
I think the weapon's garbage myself, but I'm content to put it in C tier.
Okay.
To appease the
SOS
masses.
said extra range and a prayer bonus.
Okay, it's a what? +1 prayer bonus? OSRS ACB. Let's get her going. Let's look at the stats right here. It has a +1 prayer bonus. It has +100 range attack. If we look at other crossbows, notably the Dragon crossbow has 94 range attack.
Ooh.
It's not that much of a big difference. They can both fire dragon bolts. And let's see.
And currently
the Dragon crossbow has an AoE special attack. That's cool as hell. Yeah, and the price difference is a lot.
currently
ACB's
whoa,
47.
47?
That's kind of expensive booty right there.
And then the
You should've
Dragon
held on to your
Cross-
ACBs, Mike.
Shut up. Dragon Crossbow currently is only 1.6 mil. So you're saving yourself like 45 mil just not buying it. That's girl math. I've been learning about girl math recently, and it's astounding how women think
people
about
keep
math,
saying
like money and stuff.
Muspa. It doesn't matter. Just extra range at Muspa.
Hold
is
on.
OP.
Hold the phone. 1 second. I want
You
to
only use a
see-
crossbow for one phase.
Hold
Unless
the
you guys
phone.
are main handing the crossbow throughout the entirety of the fight.
Oh, hold on. It's. I just have to clear my throat because that's insane. The ZCB, Zara's crossbow, 10 times the amount. 10 times how much an ACB is. So maybe
you
it's
not
not
know
that
that?
bad. I didn't know that. That's insane.
Oh, you
ZCB
see-
go bore.
Oh, do you not? We'll get to the ZCB here soon. I'm
we will.
pretty sure
We will.
We'll get to the ZCB here soon because I don't know.
We should do it
Michael,
next.
ZCB kind of.
We should do it next. How about we talk about that? Because I'm not.
Go look up the concept art versus what we got for the Armadale crossbow. Now I gotta look up what the concept art is. OSRS ACB. Surely it's got. This is like the 5th time I looked up the ACB. OSRS ACB concept art.
Otis says my rune crossbow go burr. Yeah, rune crossbow does go burr. Best in slot for me at least.
ACB concept art. Yeah, I'm not seeing the ACB concept
Post
art.
it up.
I'll level with
Post
you.
it in the.
I'm not finding it. Maybe D4 Drake. You
Yeah.
can find it for us.
Post it in the
It's in
recording
the wiki
booth.
page. I don't see it in the wiki page, but yeah, I don't know. If you think the ACB deserves a higher tier list for the 30 seconds you use it at Phantom Muspa during the prayer phase, we got different weapon priorities.
Right.
I'm sorry.
This is the 2023. This is the 2023 tier list. If this was the 2021 or the 2020 tier list, ACB would be a lot higher. But
is that the RS3 version though?
Huh.
I think is that the RS3 version of the ACB? Because that
it looks very
cool as hell.
RS3.
If that weapon looked like that, I might consider B tier because that looks cool as hell.
Huh. As some villagers would say. Huh.
Oh yeah, would you look at that? That would be cool if it looked like that. If it looked cool, I might consider it. Unfortunately, it
The
doesn't.
cool factor, what'd you call it? The fun factor?
The rule of cool.
The rule of cool. Okay, Zaro's crossbow. ZCB. I'm gonna be a little cheeky little bold person and just throw it up there in the S tier. How about that?
Yeah, that's
That's where it should
that's fair.
sit. Sitting perfectly in the S tier. Oh no, we're losing the bottom of our list here. Oh no.
Or it's going. I would agree. ZCB. I've not had many opportunities to use it. It's good. It's a lot of fun.
Here's another thing against the ACB. With the dragon crossbow, you can recolor it. with the
No.
combat diaries?
That's Dragon Hunter crossbow.
Oh, well, scratch that out. I'm dumb. Speaking of Dragon Hunter crossbow, just kidding.
No, ZCB. Well, okay. A reworked model of the ACB recolored. The rework was pulled and failed in old school content poll 27 by 0.8%. This is why we fucking hate the polling system.
Why did they
That's
pull
why
that?
ACB should go in the D tier just because of that.
Okay.
But no, ZCB.
Okay.
ZCB, I put that in S tier.
Yeah.
It's fun to use.
It's so expensive. Holy smokes.
I mean, yeah, but it's fun.
Yeah, but it's fun.
I mean, do you know why it's so expensive?
Yeah, because it's 100% spec. Like, it gives you a 100% chance that the spec will proc, and you can do that twice.
I think it's only once.
Once?
It's twice at TOA.
Oh.
You got the blue pot.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking
No,
of.
but you can it's 100% chance to do a bolt proc if you pass the accuracy check. So if you roll to hit the target, you're gonna bolt proc. And it increases too, so you can hit 110s with ruby bolts. It's gross.
Damn.
It's super cool.
Does it make the ACB sound?
I don't think so.
That's a
I don't
shame.
own one because ZCB is on my list of things to buy this year, but I don't think I can buy a ZCB before I own a Shadow and a T-Bow.
Right.
Unless I own Shadow and ZCB and then buy a T-Bow after I sell the Shadow. Not the Shadow, buy a T-Bow after I sell the ZCB. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Is there any content that you main hand it?
Leviathan,
Oh, really?
I think. Although I think both of them might be better. Leviathan, I'm not sure.
Well.
But I don't know if you main hand it anywhere necessarily, but
This is one of the few weapons I've never held in my RuneScape hands. It's kind of crazy. I've never had the ducats to be able to buy it, and I've never really had a need to borrow it from anyone that I know of that has it. So S tier only because I know it's so good, and it would be a crime against Gillinor to put it anywhere else but the S tier. Do you want to stick on the range train, or are we going to go with something else?
Do we have more god weapons to cover?
Hold on 1 second. Would you consider this guy here, the ancient whatever?
Ancient Scepter?
Would that be a god weapon?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm comfortable to put that baby right in B tier.
Yeah. I've not used it because I don't kill Muspa, but I know that it's a direct upgrade, and with DT2, you can get it a little more upgraded, which is great.
The quartz are real cool. The quartz that you can add to it from Desert Treasure 2, I think put it in the B tier. Because, I mean, I think it's like longer freezes, overhealing with blood, and frankly, those are the only two that matter. I don't know what the other two do. I've got the smoke quartz, but I don't know what the shadow quartz rather. Let's give it a look. OSRS.
Blood quartz you can
RS.
overheal with blood spells. That's neat. And then doesn't the freeze last longer with the frozen gem? And then
that is what I said. Yes.
Oh, you already said that. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah. Like its predecessor, it will increase the effects of ancient magics by 10% with the added effect of lowering targets' attack, strength, defense, and defense levels while casting shadow spells.
Whoa.
Though I don't know how long it lasts for, and I don't know what the cap on this is. Because I think we had this discussion a while ago when Virtus almost came out. Is whether or not like this can be used against like Corp.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
But I don't know.
Corp confirmed? Because if you can just sit there and spec, not even have to spec, if you could just cast spells on Corp from a distance and not
Corp's magic defense. So the issue with that is you don't lower Corp's magic defense until you get to the BGS. So, or Corp's magic level rather. So I probably wouldn't open up with this, but it'd be interesting to see where it could be used. But I'd put it right in the B tier because I mean, anything to overheal in the Inferno is worth it enough.
True. Yeah, that blood gem is going to be it's going to be next level for content like that.
Yeah,
it's like a free angler.
As good as Kodai. It's not as good as Kodai damage wise, because I think Kodai's got 15% damage. Sheesh. This thing only has 5, but didn't some places where you don't need super high damage.
But didn't Kodai get like knocked down a peg because of the 4 slot?
Pouch?
Yeah.
Kodai's 81 mil right now.
Is that good or bad?
That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't know why it's 81 mil, but that's a lot.
Huh. Maybe because of Whisper. For catching a freeze.
And you can catch a freeze with a Sang Staff.
Oh, you can? Huh.
Yeah.
I don't see any other god weapons. Do you?
If you want to get really technical.
Yeah, sure.
Like actually technical.
Din? Is Din a god?
No, it's the crossbow. Do you want to get, like I said, actually?
But that's a wildy weapon. But that's a different category.
We could just transition to wildy weapons.
Yeah, let's transition to wilderness weapons. Wilderness weapons. Let's start. Okay, so the only thing that we didn't do, and maybe we should have done, is the standard versions and then the upgraded versions. But I think we can just like consider them together. Because Theremin Scepter is bad pretty much on its own. Where the heck is it? Am I missing it? It's right here. I would say that it's like for me, it's teetering between D and F. But with the release of the skull that you get from Vedion, it adds a little bit of a
Accursed Scepter.
Cool factor. And the spec is used on one of the bosses. I think it's Whisper?
I use a Cursed Scepter at Whisper. I use a Cursed Scepter at Zulrah. I use a Cursed Scepter at Scorpia. They definitely missed an opportunity to make the Accursed Scepter useful at a wilderness boss. Like, it's the current meta, I think, is melee range for Venenatis, Vedion, and Callisto, respectively.
Wait.
They really missed an opportunity to make one of those bosses weak to magic.
You make, not one of them bosses, but I'm saying the Scorpia. You kill Scorpia with...
Yeah, that's what I said.
You said that? Am I just not paying attention?
But no, you're not.
That's what I get from mining.
You don't use it on any of the big 3, and I think they missed an opportunity there.
Gotcha.
I like Thammaron's Scepter, or the Accursed Scepter, whatever this weapon is called. I think the Accursed Scepter U is the version that I have. No, just Accursed Scepter. I don't know. It's one of those weapons, and it's cool. It looks cool. It has cool effects, and it's like a magic dragon warhammer, I'm pretty sure. Accursed Scepter hits an enemy with a 50% increase to max hit and accuracy, and drains the target's defense and magic 15% regardless of the damage inflicted.
Oh, neat.
So it's like a magical dragon warhammer, and it's pretty cool. And the lower the magic level, the easier it is to hit with mage. So go burr.
Do you need ether? Do you need the ether to use it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it's 1,000 ether to get it going, and then it's ether for every use after that initial 1,000.
Gotcha. Which isn't bad. I mean, it's a small price to pay for that. So maybe if we're considering the upgraded version, maybe this is a C tier weapon, or even B tier. I don't know. I don't think it deserves the trenches.
I mean, I would put it in B just because it really fucks against things in the wilderness. Like, even other players, this bitch can hit like 60s.
What?
In like shitter gear that you take to Scorpia.
What?
Yeah, it's gross.
Okay. Look at you, Scepter. Before the wilderness rework, this thing was like F tier all the way, though.
Yeah, it was bad.
Nobody liked it. It was like less than a mil, less than 2 mil. Probably.
I think it was less than 2 mil.
Less than 2 mil.
But
crazy.
It definitely wasn't good. Yeah, I don't know. I think B tier is probably going to hold the majority of our weapon. Crossbow, I'd stick this baby right in the A tier. I love the crossbow and the web weaver bow.
Pretty sure you're biased, but that's just me.
How much? Explain the bias. You might not be wrong.
Over 1,000 Venenatis kills with it. Yeah, you just have time. I mean, you have time with it.
I do have time with it because it absolutely fucking shreds.
It does.
In the wilderness.
It does.
It is ridiculous.
Even against other players.
Chaos Elemental, Chaos Fanatic, other players, old Venenatus, new Callisto. Like any Slayer task you do in the wilderness, anything that requires range, using it there is ridiculous. And then also, apparently, it goes burr at Leviathan.
Yeah, I've seen
which
people
it does.
bringing
It does go burr at Leviathan. People take it on fight cave speed runs. Like it's it's cool stuff. We got a quiz master, so let's see if we can. So excited! Let's get the quiz going.
You know,
but
you know what's? It's my brain is working overtime with these weapons because I can't get it out of my brain that they're wildy weapons that can be used outside of the wilderness because they have such a damage buff in the wilderness.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's like, oh, a crossbow. You're not going to take it anywhere because you're like, why would you take it when you're not in the wilderness? But you can, and it's viable and it's good. But it's just that mental block that it's weird with all three of these. Like, it's hard to think of any uses, but there are uses.
Yeah, it's not like the best outside the wilderness. Like there are things that usually outclass it outside the wilderness, but it's got some pretty cool uses, and it's a cool weapon, and cool matters in this case.
And that leaves us with the old V mace,
the Gora's chain mace,
which it hits like a truck. If you've got a weapon, or if you got a monster weak to crush. And I did a lot of Vedion. Well, I'd say a lot. I did 50 Vedion to be ranked in the wilderness bosses before we're coming up on a year of our challenge. Yeah. And I still have not been ranked in Venenatus. But
wow, hold on. You still never got ranked in Venenatus?
Let's look me up.
They released the little baby bitch version and you still didn't get ranked?
Let's see. Hold on.
Michael.
Venenatus. I'm 16. But I thought we were still...
Bro, because they reduced it. They reduced it
to 5.
To like 5 or 10. Oh my God.
So technically I am, but
Bro.
I don't think that 16 counts because I got 50 Callisto and I got 50...
it does not count.
Of Calvary, no. Vedion. Well, names escape me. I got 50 Callisto and 50 Vedion. So now I have to go and get, what is that, 34 more Venenatus? Yeah.
Venenatus is so free now in a group. It's fun.
What is my Spindle kill count? Have I killed Spindle? I haven't. I'm not even ranked at Spindle. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's been almost a year. Venenatus. I forgot what we were talking about. Oh, chain mace. I did a lot of Vedion with the chain mace, and it was pretty free because we had like
chain mace
60s or 70s.
Is a good weapon. Yeah. You use it at Venenatus and at Vedion, and they're two little tiny versions respectively.
Wait, you use it at Venenatus now?
Yeah, Venenatus. You pray melee and you follow her around like Sarachnis, so she doesn't do other attack styles at you. And you smack the shit out of Venenatus with it now. Okay. I'd put it in B tier.
Oh.
Just because I don't like.
See, this is why I know you're biased.
Range is the best combat style in OSRS.
Okay.
Range is the top tier combat style.
So everything else starts with a handicap, though, then. Just because we know range is best. If this is
we know range is best, but like... I mean, yeah, listen, we can stick it in the A tier if you'd like.
I do like.
I just wouldn't.
Cool factor.
I know you use it at revs. Sure, rule of cool.
It's freaking awesome.
The special attack. Special attack is cool.
What's the new one? The new mace called? I remember it's Vigora's mace, but what's
Ursine chain mace.
That one looks sick.
Ursine chain mace.
Chain maces are just cool,
I spent a little bit too much money on that upgrade in hindsight. And I even bought it like after when it was a little bit more like decrepit in price, but I think I spent like 10 mil on both Ursine and Webweaver bow.
Gotcha. Ooh, you know what we should do next? We should do Morytania weapons.
Okay. What do you have in mind for Morytania weapons?
Everything you get in Morytania. So all the stabs,
other than the scythe,
the rapier, the whip, the scythe.
I mean, if we're doing the whip, we got to do the trifecta.
Oh,
surely.
Okay.
Right? But I think we also got to. Surely we leave the 3 mega rares for the end.
For the
right?
end,
surely.
The end game trifecta.
the big 3.
The big 3. Yeah. Well, let's just do the stabs. I know nothing about pretty much any of them, so this is going to be
This'll
all
be
of
fun,
you. I couldn't even tell you what colors are associated. If I had to guess, here's my legitimate guess. Harmonized orb is yellow. And that's all I remember.
All right. Well, not only is Michael not correct, but we also have a point in the recording booth chat that we just didn't even consider because we don't pay attention to stuff like that.
Yeah.
The Void Waker is technically a wilderness weapon.
Oh. Yeah.
Is Void Waker on the list, Michael?
It is. It's right here.
Waker? Oh, sweet.
Right here.
So yeah, Void Waker, wilderness weapon. Have you used this weapon much at all?
I've not ever held. Oh, it's the second one. Maybe this entire S tier will just be weapons I've never held in my hand. No, but I've seen it go
The S tier
burr.
qualification, has Michael used them? If the answer is no, it's automatically S tier. Awesome.
That's rude.
R.I.P. the Tebow.
R.I.P. the Tebow. No, I've seen it go burr, and so I know it's S tier without even questioning it.
Yeah, this is also a weapon I've unfortunately not had the pleasure of being able to use because it is just so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
Let's see,
super expensive, and
158 mil right now, which is down.
Yeah.
I remember it was pretty steady at like 200 or 300 mil for a while there.
When Bounty Hunter came out, it was gross.
Yes.
It was like 300 mil when Bounty Hunter came out.
Can you imagine what it would be without bots, though? Even more.
It would be ridiculous. Yeah.
Mhm.
It would be. I don't think it belongs in S tier because it's expensive. I think it belongs in S tier because it mollywops monsters. Like it hits real hard.
Mm-hmm.
I also,
Everywhere.
is it 4-tick? I think it's 4-tick.
That's a great question. OSRS, Waker. Mima confirmed. It is
Void
4-tick.
Waker. Yes, it is 4-tick. Yeah.
So for
159
all
mil.
the
That's wild.
people who have not held it in their hand as I have, the special attack on the Void Waker is guaranteed damage? ? But it uses a magic attack with a melee weapon. So if you're PKing and your opponent is protecting from melee, you just whip this out and smack them on upside the head with a massive attack with magic damage.
Yeah, so it deals guaranteed magic damage between 50 and 100% of your maximum melee hit.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Cracked.
So it's like if your max hits a 40, you can hit a 60.
Ooh.
It's gross. You know.
Ooh.
And it itself has a plus 80 strength bonus. So it itself as
Oh
a
my
weapon
gosh.
is about comparable to the Abyssal Whip
Wow.
weapon-wise.
Chaos Cleric says the Voidwaker spec is basically the free Lumbee Express.
Yeah, just about.
That's
It
good.
is a one-trip ticket to your respawn location if you face it in PvP.
That's good stuff.
It sucks to get run up by someone with a Void Waker. It really sucks
Mm.
to have someone Void Waker you when you're doing like wildy bosses because you have to pray mage against it.
And if you pray mage, then you're liable to other melee spec weapons like claws.
Yeah, I don't know if you can Void Waker Gmaul because I know you can AGS Gmaul. I don't know if you can Void Waker Gmaul.
I think you can. You can
And if
Void
you-
Waker
that's-
anything. Like you can spec.
No, I'm saying the spec combination AGS Gmaul within a tick. You can hit him with an AGS and a Gmaul spec.
I know. I think you can do
it's a
anything.
popular KO method. I don't know if you can do that with a Void Waker though.
Maybe.
If you can, it's over.
It's over. That's like hundreds of damage.
Yeah, you're screwed at that point.
Hundreds. So yeah, thank you for reminding us about the Void Waker because
Yeah.
I don't know when we would have gotten to it. A while from now,
Probably
probably.
towards the end with some of the cooler weapons. I'm excited though. I'm hoping at some point I can get me a Void Waker, get my hands on one. Maybe I don't think I'll make my own, but I think it would be really, really fun to use. It's going in the arsenal, but again, I gotta get a Tebow and a Shadow and Missouri before that. So
Next up, we have and I looked them up, Harmonized, Eldritch, and I looked them up.
Mm-hmm.
What's the third one, Oxie?
Oh, harmonized, eldritch, and volatile.
Volatile.
nightmare staves.
That's a word I don't use in my everyday life.
Good lord.
So I know that the harmonized one, which is the blue one, is good for things. Isn't the yellow one good for the Inferno, though?
Oh my god.
Listen, dude.
So, volatile nightmare staff, the yellow one, is a PvP spec weapon.
Let's throw that up there. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's
Fun to use in LMS.
Huh.
Fun to use in LMS.
Where do we think?
I'd put it in the C tier, truly, just because I put it in this. It's fun to use in PvP. It's fun to watch PvPers use it. I myself don't own one, and I myself don't see a need to own one ever. But you know, I put it in the C tier because I don't see really anything wrong with it. It just doesn't. It's not really useful outside of PvP.
Is it the Eldritch orb that got buffed because of?
It didn't get buffed.
Well, it got buffed in a sense because of the rune pouch.
Became more viable.
Which, for that reason, where would you put it?
If you're just talking about the Inferno, I'd probably say it's an A tier weapon. If you're talking outside of the Inferno, it's probably B tier.
So
just because, like,
flip a coin on
for
that
Inferno specifically, it was so nice. Like, I don't think I used a single supply till like wave 50 when I got my cape because of the Eldritch Orb. Like, it was kind of gross.
That's cool.
But I mean, outside of it, it's not that I don't see a use case for it. It's just I don't see a ton of people taking it places, you know?
Yeah.
Because again, it's not that it's bad. It's just usually there's a better special attack weapon to use. Like usually there's either a defense lowering or a DPS weapon that is much better than what the Eldritch can provide you, except in a few specific cases. So I'll put it in the B tier, but I don't think it goes many other spots.
You know what they should do? They should add an item called the lava boots to where you can walk on lava and then you can spec Zuck directly with a melee weapon.
It's a magic weapon.
With a melee weapon. So you
You're
can
not
void
behind
waker
the
him.
shield, dog. You're gonna die.
Just bring a Din's.
You just
imagine if a Din's bulwark blocked his attack.
Din's bulwark would, I'm not kidding, be a bill.
Yeah.
The Din's bulwark would be one of the most expensive items in the game if the Din's bulwark completely negated Zuck's attacks. I don't know if it would be a bill necessarily, but
it would be niche.
I think it would.
Yeah.
It would be a learner Inferno thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be very expensive. Just like how the Eldritch is like stupid expensive now. Eldritch is 200 mil. It was like 60 mil before TOA came out, if even that. But
who knew? One little free item essentially you get from a raid would just skyrocket another item's price. Nobody saw that coming. Because did they pull, or like was that something that was announced? Is the pouch from TOA?
Mm-hmm.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh. All right. So B tier, and then the finally harmonized.
Oh, this one's tough. Harmonized orb used to be insane. So the harmonized orb, you can auto cast standard spellbook spells at a 4-tick speed. So you could do 4-tick fire surge. Harmonized orb used to be nuts. And then the shadow came out. And harm orb
fell from glory.
Yeah, I mean, you used to use harmonized orb at Nightmare. You used to use it at Fazani's. You used to use it at Zalra. It had a lot of uses for it, and then Shadow came out, and it just got outclassed because Shadow is so much better DPS. It like triples your magic damage. So because Shadow is just that much better, I think if we look it up just for laughs, harmonized orb is 260 mil.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Huh?
Why?
This time last year before TOA came out, Harmonized Orb was well over probably 700 mil.
Oh, you're saying that?
Mimas says Ice Demon. Yeah, he
that's
says
cheap.
put it in the Ice Demon tier because that's where it's useful is Ice Demon for CMs.
Gotcha.
Harmonized Orb. What? Dude, there's no way.
I remember when Harmonized Orb was over $1 bill. Consistently.
Yeah.
And then it just Fazani's came out and people started botting it.
View real-time prices for a year. So a year ago, right when TOA would have come out, it was about 500 mil, and it dropped immediately to 270, and then it's been climbing, dropped again, climbed again recently with the release of the new Desert Treasure bosses, and plummeted back down to its lowest at 262. It's rough. Harmonized Orb is in a really, really, really bad spot.
Poor guy.
I'm torn because part of me is like, as it's currently used, it's like a C tier item.
Well, okay,
and that's the truth.
Hold on. Take the shadow out of the picture because we're not comparing it to other weapons directly, right? Like, is it good? It's not C tier, but yes, it's C tier when you think about it in the terms of. What I'm trying to say is like it's still good. It's still over 200 mil. It's got to have some sort of use.
Is it possible to think about these weapons without the context of other weapons?
No,
because multiple times we just said.
I know.
It's not that it's a bad weapon. It's that there's something better that you can take.
True.
Right?
Maybe I'm being too like I'm wanting it to be better than it is.
Well, and I think you're not the only person.
Is it better than Sangstaff? Still 4-tick fire surge?
I don't
know.
Well, Sangstaff has passive healing.
True.
So Harmonized Nightmare Staff. I don't even know.
Does you have to charge
Can
it?
you find the max hit? Like fire surge. I mean, you have to charge a Sangstaff, but you have to use runes. So, I think your max hit with everything, including the Magus ring now, is. Well, no. Huh? Oh, it doesn't even have Harmonized Orb in the equation because Staff of the Dead has the auto cast. Huh. It's not. Harmonized Orb isn't even like filtered into these equations.
Interesting.
That's so weird. We have to go to like a DPS calculator, and I don't really feel like doing that right now.
Yeah.
If max hit is higher, Sang is. I don't know.
Well, let's just put it in the C tier.
Unfortunately, we got to put the Harmonized Orb in C tier. Hopefully, one day it goes back above that, but they're gonna have to put some sort of Ice Demon type monster in that justifies that. You know, maybe they'll put a monster in that's weak to only elemental spells, and like it doesn't like. You'd pretty much have to make a Harmonized Orb specific monster where. Elemental spells only damage it. Auto-casted spells or like charged staves don't work, and ancient magics don't work, and probably thralls, but like that's not like a staff weapon. That's the only way you can make it work. Because if it's weak to magic, Shadow is best in slot. Period.
Mm-hmm. Well, they could make it best in slot in Volcanic Mine. You just have somebody in there who is killing the lava beast with fire surge using a harmonized staff because they're weak to water spells. Not fire surge, water surge.
I was just, this is how you know Michael never played Pokemon as a kid. He wants a lava rock monster to be weak to fire. That just doesn't make no sense. Water for the 4 times super effective. Come on, my boy.
Do you want to keep
All right, what are we
going
doing next, Michael?
Nightmare stuff? So the Inquisitor's Mace?
Sure, the Inquisitor's Mace.
I feel like this it had its place in the A tier, and then something happened.
What?
Content came out that didn't require crush. Crush. Nothing compares to. Anyway, I've never used the Inquisitor's Mace. I don't think I've ever actually equipped a full set of Inquisitors. Maybe I have once, but that's it. Just one time. So you're gonna have to lead this one here, bud.
I think it's one of the best crush weapons in the game.
Yeah.
I think it might fall to the Scythe when it comes to crush with like max melee. I think. but I'm not sure.
Wait, doesn't it need the whole set to be good though? Or can you just use the mace?
So let's see. The Inquisitor set effect. Let's see. Inquisitor armor. Armor has a set effect in which each piece boosts the damage and accuracy by 0.5% when using Crush. If all the pieces are worn, you get a 2.5 accuracy and damage boost. Let's see. So you use it there, right? It's a 2.5% damage boost, and the Inquisitor's mace. Again, we have to run DPS calcs and see. But yeah, it's just one of the best crush weapons in the game, if not the best.
All right, let's see the price here. I think the price for me in quiz. So the Inquisitor's mace is sitting at 168 mil. Your next best option is probably going to be a bludgeon for a crush weapon, and that's right around 10 mil.
You're okay. So the Inquisitor's mace with the Inquisitor's outfit and the myth cape and the tyrannical ring imbued is the best crush bonus in the game you can get. It is the best. I don't think it's the highest DPS, but I think it is the best crush offensive bonus you can get in the game. I would put this weapon probably in the A tier. I don't think it's the fault of the Inquisitor's mace that it's not used places. I think there's just not a lot of content that's weak to crush. There's Phazani's Nightmare, there's regular Nightmare, there's CM Tecton. And Mima does bring up a good point. Inquisitor's mace is free to use, whereas Scythe is not. So I would put it in the A tier. I mean, it goes burr at Sarachnis, let me tell you. I've done quite a bit of Sarachnis in my day with the boys in Springo. Inquisitor's mace does hit pretty hard. I don't know if it's I think Scythe is still better at like Phazani's, but again, it costs money. And it's just like a slight increase according to Mima. Scythe is slightly better, but I put Inquisitor's mace in the A tier.
Okay,
I don't know.
Fair enough.
It's got a cool animation. It's a cool little whop, you know.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, but unsurprisingly, next is the rapier. This is so I would call the rapier an S tier at some points in time, and then a B tier in most other points in time.
I love this weapon because I'm a saber fencer.
You're freaking
And the Garazi rapier looks like a fencing saber. So I think it looks cool as hell. I really want a rapier because like you're like when you're just idle, you kind of look like you're standing in a saber on guard.
Don't you like whip it around if you're or is that another one?
No, you're thinking of the toy sword. Everyone always mistakes it with the damn prop sword. You hold the prop sword and you could do the little slashing motions.
Well, they should give the Garazi
you
rapier.
sort of like idly sit there. It's you put it behind your back and you slash RS with it. It's the prop sword is pretty cool, but it's you hold it here. You're holding the blade too close, right? So with the prop sword, or rather with a saber on guard, because I know nobody asked, right? The saber on guard, you want it to be outside, right? You kind of want a wall. You want to use the blade as a wall with your blade on the outside of the wall and you on the inside of the wall. The prop sword, you hold the blade like this in front of you. And in fencing, you never want to hold the blade, especially in saber, just like right in front of you doing nothing, right? You're exposing your wrist. You're not protecting your blade side arm. You're not doing anything. You're just holding the blade there. And the prop sword also looks funky compared to a fencing saber. So,
well, they should have consulted you, honestly.
Prop sword not as cool as Garazi rapier. However, this is another like, man, it used to be really good. I think for a while the rapier was the best in slot slayer weapon.
Before the Fang,
and then Fang came out and kind of obliterated that.
You know what?
But
you know where I would put this? One second, hold on. I need to look up the price.
43 mil.
Ouch. This is going in the C tier.
Okay,
That's way too
Sauce
expensive.
Or SOS says it's still best in slot Slayer, just not Slayer bosses.
Yeah, but like a Fang is so versatile.
Okay, don't let your fangirling over the Fang affect the rating here. I might stick it in B just because it looks cool as hell.
It does look cool. Okay, cool factor.
And you can put a kit on it. You can put a kit on it to make it look even cooler. Yeah.
The cool, what'd you call it? The cool.
The rule of
rule of cool. 4-tick versus 5-tick? What's 4-tick? The Rapier's 4-tick?
Rapier's 4-tick, yes.
Oh. Well, it wasn't. Okay, so we're going to get to this one here in a second. Well, we should actually just do it. The Blade of Saldor. That used to be the best weapon in the game. And then the Rapier.
Huh?
I mean, this was before TOB, right? Didn't Blade of Saldor come out before TOB?
No.
No?
Blade of Saldor is one of the better weapons to use at Tob if you don't have a scythe.
Hold on. Let me look this up. Actually, I can't. I'm controlling the webpage here. Look up whenever, because I'm fairly certain the Blade of Saldor came out before Tob.
Song of the Elves came out in 2019. Theater of Blood came out in 2018.
Damn.
We'll look it up.
So wrong.
Song of the Elves released July of 2019. Tob. Theater of Blood released June of 2018.
Gosh. Okay. Well, it was a whole year. What am I thinking about then? Because the Blade of Saldor used to be really good. Maybe it was cheaper.
It used to be the thing. It used to be the thing you got from Corrupted Gauntlet.
Maybe it was cheaper. That's why it was better. For me, anyway.
No, it was never. It was never better than the Scythe for Slash. There is no weapon better than the Scythe. Well, which we'll get to. We'll get to the Scythe and the Slash bonus. We'll get to it. But the Blade of Saldor was never better than Scythe for Slash. It is one of the best things to take to Tob or anywhere that requires a good Slash bonus if you don't have a Scythe. This was before the introduction of everybody's favorite new old reliable weapon. But again, we'll get to that. So, yeah, I mean, Blade is 4-tick. If we're talking about cool looking swords, it's 4-tick. You can color it. It looks like a lightsaber. That's pretty sick. It's maintaining its value because of Bofa, which is nice.
Can you imagine?
Blade of Saldor is 118 mil, and that's almost entirely because of Bofa.
Yeah, can you imagine if they had not made the enhanced crystal weapon seed, and they just said, "Yeah, you either get a Bofa or you get a blade." And the blade would be worth like, it would be a troll drop essentially. It'd be like 10 mil. Really sad.
Yeah, Blade would be pretty down bad. Not gonna lie.
I main-handed a Blade of Saldor for a long time.
I'll let you decide where to put it. I think it's the old school RuneScape lightsaber. It looks cool.
The rule of cool
own one. I don't think I will ever have a purpose of owning one. It's not completely useless.
D tier, baby. It would be an F tier except for the fact that you can recolor it. For me, at least.
Okay.
Oh, we forgot one more Morytania weapon. Sorry, we jumped ahead. The Sang Staff.
We're talking about swords. It's all right. Sang Staff? I put Sang in the A tier.
It's comfortably.
I put Sang right there in the A tier. Sang is good. Sang hits hard. Sang is a good weapon to strive for when you have a trident for a while. Sang is good. I like Sang.
Yeah.
And it looks sick as hell.
Yeah, a little bat on top.
It's the bat or it's the owl. You get the holy kit on it. My holy kit's currently on my scythe.
Somebody said you sound like an owl.
Hoo, hoo, hoo. I get the joke there, but I didn't play into it. Sorry.
Okay.
Tick late.
It's okay. Yeah, Sang Staff A tier. I own one, I think. Did I sell it? No, I didn't sell it. I should have sold it, but I didn't. I sold my
Michael's not
heart.
played in his main in months. He has no idea what's on his account. Michael's main is essentially a dead main at this point. He maxed and he's like, "Yeah, time to
take a nap.
Do this
take
anymore."
A long nap. Yeah. Before today, the last time I logged into my main was, I think, to do. Oh, what did I do? The Desert Treasure Quest. And before that, it was to Dolo Soul Wars. So 3 main uses, 2 main uses was Dolo Soul Wars and then do a quest so we can talk about it. And I killed Duke 5 times. I'm ranked in Duke.
Would you look at that?
Wow. Am I ranked in Duke? I think I am. Hold on. Yeah, I am. I should just go get ranked in all the bosses and then call it a day.
Oh my god, hold on. Are we starting ranked in all the bosses?
Let's
get
ranked
her going,
in all the
Michael.
new bosses.
Ranked in all the bosses.
All
you heard it
the
here
new
first, folks.
bosses.
Michael is getting ranked in all the bosses. We're getting Corrupted Gauntlet, we're getting Tob, we're getting Hard Road, we're getting Fazani's Nightmare, and folks, the arc has officially begun. I'm not gonna have him at you yet because you haven't been in there.
Wait,
but once you step in there,
hold
Michael,
on.
don't you better believe it. The ats are coming.
So it would be TOB, it would be expert mode TOA, it would be hard mode TOB, and it would be Inferno. Those would be the hard ones. All the other ones are like Fazani's, which is what, 1 or 2? Is it 1 to get ranked?
Fazani's
Fazani's
is, I think it's 5 or 10.
Is it
I think.
5?
Yeah, because I think that 5 is the new threshold for most standard bosses.
Gotcha.
Standard non-instanced non-bosses like Inferno or whatever are
Mimic
1
is
now.
1, right?
Or 5. Mimic is different. Mimic, Inferno, Tob, Obor, Bryophyta. No, not Tob. Mimic, Inferno, Obor, Bryophyta, Skatizo, Hespori were the ones that used to be 5.
Another
they
1.
used to be 2. Jad was in there too. Now I think they're all less than that. Off the top of my head, I don't know. All I know is that, folks, someday Michael's going to be in there, and you bet your sweet asses you people are not maliciously adding this man every time an episode comes out.
Don't do it.
Oh,
if you do it now, I'm banning you from the Discord. Because that's definitely not my goal.
Don't do it now because it's not time yet. Someday it's going to happen. Someday we're going to get the at Michael going.
And
not today.
Like, watch
folks,
me do it all in
today.
one day. Just like knock out a bunch of raids, knock out a bunch of 5 kills. It's like, it's not that hard. I already have 1. I already have 1 kill in all of the new bosses. So how hard could it be? Take an afternoon.
Oh.
I would rather get 99 mining. That's how much I care about that. Sync Steph A tier. Great. Moving on. You choose the next category.
It's time. It's time we get her going.
Trifecta?
Break out the trifecta, baby. Let's get the Trident of the Swamp up there.
Okay.
Where's Trident of the Swamp going?
Trident of the Swamp is going in the A tier. A tier.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
A tier.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
You're going to use the Trident of the Swamp for a long time.
Absolutely.
You're going to use it for a long time.
What sucks though is it's so hard to get there in an Iron Man. 87 Slayer. You can't even boost for it. 87 Slayer.
Well, you should know better than anyone that I do not care for the concerns of Iron Men. However, it's a long time because of the price difference between the Sang Staff and the Trident, right? There's a reason we put the Trident of the Swamp and the Trifecta all those years ago, because you really can't take the Trident of the Swamp anywhere. You can take it to TOA, you can take it to TOB, you can take it to you can't take it to Chambers. I mained it in Chambers for years. Anywhere you use magic, you can bring a Trident of the Swamp.
Did you know the Trident of the Swamp requires 78 magic?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It was part of the tier rebalancing they did a couple years ago.
But a normal Trident of the Sea is only 75, which was, it hasn't changed. So.
It was part of the tier rebalancing they did a couple years ago.
Oh, you said it again?
Yeah. Yeah, because you haven't been paying attention to what I've been saying this episode.
That wasn't my point that I was trying to make. I was just saying it's pretty high up there as far as mage levels is concerned to get to the Trident of the Swamp. I wanted people to realize that. If you're in the mid game and you're like, they talked about a weapon today that I want to check out. You just have to train your magic a little bit.
I mean, I don't think it's hard to get to. It's only like 1.5 million XP, which sounds like a lot until you really start getting into the training parts. And everybody knows that once you get to the like base 80s, base 90s portion of your account, you're going to be like, dog, I wish I was back at like 72. Like, why was I bitching about like 80k XP till the next level?
Yeah. Right. Cause it was like from at least from 87 to 88 strength for me, it's like almost 350k.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of training.
Yeah.
Bro, mining is going to be the highest level on my account.
That's so gross, dude. I'm sorry.
Because right now I'm
so
87 strength, and I'm about to be 87 mining. How is this possible?
Michael better max this account before sailing comes out, because you bet your whole behind when sailing comes out, you're going to be like, well, it's kind of pointless to train it on the main, because I don't play the main. So I don't really need to remax my main account. So I might as well train it on the iron. But like, oh, I don't have the stats or whatever. Oh, Michael's becoming Iron Man.
Is he wrong? I don't think he's wrong. That's the problem.
I'm not wrong. I'm just upset about it.
Watch me max a third account after, like, I'll max a UIM after
Anakin.
this.
I have failed you.
I have failed you, Anakin. I have failed you. What was the next category? Oh, yes. Trifecta.
We got the next weapon, dude.
BP?
Up. Dude, it's S tier, baby. Blowpipes in the S tier.
Okay.
It used to be like the best weapon of the
Was it ever not S
right?
tier? S tier since
no.
day one, baby.
before the blowpipe rework that they did.
R.I.P.
That weapon
old blowpipe
was disgusting.
Yeah.
The old blowpipe was nuts. It's a good change that they made, but like, damn, sometimes you think back, that old blowpipe was ridiculous, dude. It was so powerful. But R.I.P. the old blowpipe.
R.I.P. the old blowpipe. But it's still S tier.
Yeah, still S tier. Truly, you take this.
This is one of the S tier weapons I have held.
Almost every piece of this is one of the few S tier weapons Michael owns. You can do almost every piece of content that requires range with the blowpipe. And that's why we put it in the trifecta. That's why we put it as such an essential weapon to get.
How much is it right now?
Early in your account? It's like 3 or 4
it's
mil.
1.9.
That's cheap booty right there.
That's crazy.
That's not bad at all. Yeah.
Well, you got to put scales in it and darts, so maybe dude 2.5.
Compared to what bro, back when fucking scales used to be like 250 a scale.
Wait, how much are they
so
now?
much more affordable. They're like not that.
Are they
like 90,
75
right?
each?
I thought they were like 90.
Oh, 95.
Okay. Yeah.
And you can fit 16,000 of them, right? Is that a max amount?
Yeah, max is 16K.
So you're looking at
it used to be so much more expensive to use. It's just nicer now.
It's
like the blowpipe
mil.
is more convenient because Zulrah it's cheaper to upkeep, which is nice. Even though it's not as powerful, I think. Where is blowpipe not useful? You can't use it at Zuck. You can use it at Ulm, though you probably should use something different. You should probably use a crossbow at Ulm if you don't have Bofa.
Mm-hmm.
Probably should also use a crossbow at Wardens instead of blowpipe, but like blowpipe is still useful at TOA. Like even max mains and shit will still use blowpipe at TOA unless you have a shadow.
Yeah. It's just so quick. You can't really beat how fast this weapon like attacks things. They say DPS for a reason.
Yeah, no, it's I'm sorry. I don't know how you beat the blowpipe out of the S tier.
You can't.
It's too good to not put in the S tier. Call us a little bit biased, right, with the Xpwaste trifecta.
Just a little bit.
But whatever, bias is, I guess, what we do here when it comes to these tier lists.
And
blowpipe is great,
dude, we have a freaking Zulrah on our arm and leg.
Yeah, I am a little. Yeah, we also have a Tanzanite Fang tattoo.
So how are you gonna not?
Part of a tattoo, rather. So exactly. How do you not?
We never got a tattoo update. Is yours scabbing up at all? Or is it like smooth when you touch it?
It's relatively smooth.
Mine?
I think there were parts that like the ink has kind of come up and dried on it a bit, but it's not scabbed to the point where it like bleeds.
Oh no, mine's not scabbed to where it's bleeding. It's just like there are parts where the skin is still healing. Like if I took off the scab, it would look like a cut. But
oh yeah, I mean I've got some like that, but I think it's just because there's a lot of ink on there. I think for me it's a lot like in the banners where I have the North banner and some in the face a little bit. I think the banner is the worst.
The wings for me right here. The wings.
Yeah.
You can even see right here that little dot. That's where I took a scab off, and
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the scabs right there. And
Gross.
yeah, I'm just putting a lot of Aquaphor on it. Loosen
Cute.
it up. Anyway, we have a Zulrah tattoo. So how are you gonna rank it anything less than S tier? Where's the whip go
blowpipe.
though? This is the
whip.
hard part. The whip
The
is
old
actually
reliable.
the old
whip.
reliable.
This weapon's tough.
I think for me, it in my head, like head canon, it's S tier, but in actuality, it's like sitting between B and A. But I just want to throw it in S tier because it has so much history in the game as far as OSRs is concerned. In RS3, it's like dog water. But this thing literally, you can, again, with like the blowpipe, like you can take it everywhere and probably do fine. And it's pretty fast as far as attack speed goes. In most cases, unless you're using a tentacle whip, it doesn't require charges. Oh, hold on. We didn't put the tent whip on here. So are we doing the same thing where we combine the two in the rank?
I mean, might as well.
Okay. Well, then it's probably at least A tier. At the very, like, that's the floor. But if we want to throw it in the S tier, it may have some legs to stand on. No? Okay, A tier then.
I don't think it has S tier legs to stand on. And frankly, the only reason why I would ever put it in the A tier is because it's cool as hell. That's what it's the rule of cool brings it up to the S tier for me because
S tier or A tier?
The rule of cool brings it up to the A tier for me because it's a B tier weapon. It's
Yeah.
only a tier 70 weapon.
Yeah.
Like it's not. It has a lot of sentimental value. I love my whip. I'll never get rid of my whip. I remember when I was first able to buy one. I saved up for a while. I got 70 attack on stream. Finally bought the whip. It was awesome. Like it was super. It's got a sick animation.
Yeah.
It's the only literally between that and the tent whip. It's the only like whip style weapon. It's really unique because you don't usually see whips in video games as weapons, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, if the argument stands, like there's always something better. The whip is the go-to weapon when you are first coming into like the mid game of members account.
Yeah,
you know,
well, it's cheap.
Whip is
It's effective.
it's cheap. It's it works pretty much anywhere you need to use melee. You know, it's.
Here's what I'll say. This used to be probably the S tier all around weapon until this little bastard was born.
I really don't know. Yeah, get the fang out of there. I really don't know if it was ever an S tier weapon.
I mean, I manhanded it until the fang came out. Everywhere.
I mean,
all of Slayer.
Like, it's all of Slayer where you stand there and don't attack too much. But like it's unfortunately because it's just a tier 70 weapon. It's good enough everywhere. But as soon as you start branching off, right? For years, there's always been things that have been more powerful with it. The Abyssal Bludgeon, the Sarachnis Cudgel, the Inquisitor Mace, all outclass it and crush. The Garazi Rapier, the Dragon Hunter Lance, they outclass it and stab, right? And these are all still 4-tick weapons, right? When you come to Slash, now we have the Fang, but even back then, you had the Blade of Saldor that was better than the Whip. And then you had things like, you get into like mega territory where you get like the Scythe and shit like that. Like it's really, really hard to ever put the Whip in the S tier because it's like your first, it's like your first significant other, right? Always means something to you, always really important. But the one you have now is probably better than that, unless you're still with your first significant other, in which case Yahtzee. But like more often than not, the person you date when you're 14 or 15 years old, most of the time is not who you're going to end up with.
Yeah.
Though that's not like that person is suddenly a dog shit human being because you have found someone better who's better for you when you're older, right? I think putting the whip in the A tier is as high as I will go, and I will only put it in the A tier because of a little bit of sentimental value, and like I don't think of many other games that even have whips in them, let alone have them as essential weapons. And the tent whip does bring it up a bit.
Yeah.
But other than, like if we don't include the tent whip, it's real hard to put it in the A tier.
Well,
like it might be a B tier weapon. It's unfortunate. The whip weapon might be B tier. I'm content to leave it in A tier.
I could put it in B tier effectively, but I think the tent whip does bring it up a bit. If we were like, if we had, so say we had the tent whip on here, tent whip would be A tier, regular whip would be B tier. Now, considering the lava whip and the frozen whip,
yeah, they look cool. That's the thing. They look.
You
cool.
made one out of toilet paper rolls.
I did.
Rule
and
of cool.
Damn it, it looks pretty cool. So I'll keep it in the A tier.
Okay.
I just don't. It's only in the A tier because of how it looks and how unique it is, not because of how useful it is.
Well, then that's the trifecta, everyone. That is the trifecta. Do you want to go?
Fortunately or unfortunately?
All right, where are we putting the rubber chicken?
F tier. What?
I
don't know why this weapon made it on here.
I don't know. It's a great weapon.
How did we get this weapon on this list? F tier. F.
No, it's not the F tier. You know why?
F.
Because it's the one holiday item that I still have on RS3.
F.
Let's just leave it. Moving on.
Get that shit out of the S tier.
It's not an F tier. It's at least a C tier.
I swear.
Have you ever walked around the GE with your rubber chicken and just whacked people? Quack.
I am in deep wilderness right now to look up the fact that this weapon, right, has -100 slash and stab bonus, -50 crush bonus, absolutely no bonuses for any other weapon type, and let's see,
you can whack anybody.
It's 4-tick attack.
You can whack anybody anywhere without being in PvP. So it's going to be in the C tier.
No, F tier. I'm telling you, this is I don't know why we put this weapon on there.
Because
I don't know how it got on here.
Good little break from the. I don't know either. Anyway, moving on to.
I don't know who put this weapon.
I did.
Here,
moving on to the Arclight. The Arclight, I would say, has a very strong place in the
B tier.
A tier. It's one of the few Demon Bane weapons that's actually viable. It's actually the only Demon Bane weapon that's viable. So before the Arceus spellbook rework, you had nothing else to kill demons with except for this.
You did. You had Silver Light and you had Dark Light.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's not the only one, but it was the only good one. And do you want to know the issue with the Arceus spellbook? Demons aren't weak to magic.
Which is so insane. Why would they even do that?
I don't know why.
They should have made it.
So
they should have made it a magic spell that works as a ranged attack. Yeah, you fire like darts out of your hands, like magic dart from D&D.
Slayer dart. No, I don't know. You might be cooking with something. Who knows?
Let him cook.
I would put it in the B tier.
B tier.
Like, I mean, yeah.
Tell me what else you're gonna kill a demon with.
Scythe.
If you're not mega rich, this is literally free. This is a free weapon that it does take charges, but the charges are also free to acquire. How else would you kill Scotizo?
I've killed it with a Dragon Warhammer before.
How did you kill the eyeballs though?
It sucked. That's how I killed it.
Well,
it was like a 7-minute kill. It was terrible. I forgot my arc light. It was terrible.
We're gonna have to argue on this one a little more because I think it's A tier.
It's got enough uses to maybe convince me that it could be A tier. I mean, you use it for Corpse Spec, you use it for Krill, you use it for Cerberus, Scotizo.
Duke, if you're wanting to swap for the phases.
Oh no, I just use Scythe.
You're not that elitist.
No, I'm not I almost said I'm not a peasant, but like I never bothered to take it. I don't know.
Okay, fine. B tier. You win.
No, we can leave it. I don't. It's not like the oh my god, I've got an arc light, boys. Like it's not like the craziest weapon that comes to mind. No, the KBD argument was dumb. Because KBD is a shitty boss. You just like it because it's old.
KBD is a legend.
It's legendarily shitty.
Shut up.
But I mean, I think Arclight has enough to hold it in the A tier.
Okay, good.
It's got more than the whip to hold it in the A tier.
True.
That's for sure.
So then we should bump down the whip.
It's got.
The rule of cool.
Didn't we just get done talking about this?
We did. We did indeed. Well, let's throw another random spec weapon up there. Dragon Claws.
Well, are we getting into Chambers weapons at that point?
Ooh, are we? What else could we do that is a one-off?
The bludgeon and the dagger.
Karis? Oh, sure. Sure. Bludgeon. Where is it at? Where are you, Bludgeon?
All the way on the left.
Oh, I was looking for the whole thing. This one, it kind of holds a special place in my heart. Just for the fact that I used the bludgeon from like mid 80s, probably all the way to 99 strength on my main account. And I went straight to 99 strength as my first 99 combat. And I used the bludgeon the entire time. It was pretty fantastic. Now, there's better ways to do it now. But whenever I trained, bludgeon was like, it was probably like 35, 40 mil too. But now it's like cheap as hell.
It's like 10 mil. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. But I do enjoy the bludgeon. I think it's a neat weapon. It can only train strength, which I think that's pretty unique. You can't train any other combat style with it. Where would you put it? Because I'm going to put it in the
Put it in B tier.
Yeah.
It's 4 tick. It's cheap booty. It's a good strength training weapon. Yeah. I think it has a special attack technically, but I don't know if I ever used it.
It does have it does have a special attack where it adds 0.5% damage something for every prayer point you don't have left, which is so interesting. So like if you just run out of prayer, then go ahead and use the spec. You can massively damage someone. I've been watching this guy on TikTok called Messiah. He's a Old School RuneScape PKer, and he recently did like a series. He's doing a series essentially where he's like bringing back weapons that people don't use very often, and he's using them in PvP. And he did a little TikTok on the bludgeon, and he did a bludgeon to Gmaul spec, which was pretty cool. KO'd him. Who knew?
Not me.
Not me. Yeah, B tier. B tier's fine. What's the other one? Abyssal Dagger.
Abyssal Dagger. Oh, that's like a D tier weapon, dog.
D?
It's not good. Yeah, Abyssal Dagger's rough.
Really? I would say that this is like one of those budget weapons that people use for strength training. I know it's not budget. It's still like 2 or 3 mil. But there are a lot of people that main hand an Abyssal Dagger when training strength and attack and stuff. It's definitely not as good as a whip. Fine, we could put it in the
I think if you're using it as like a training sword, sure. But like
just in general. Tell me why this is not used in the place of a DDS? Is it because the spec costs too much?
Special attack has reduced damage.
It what?
Special attack reduces your damage. They recently updated it. OSRS Abyssal Dagger. They recently updated it so that now the special attack costs 25% instead of 50%. But the Abyssal Puncture hits twice in quick succession with a 25% increase in accuracy and 15% reduced damage.
Oh.
So you can't even hit your max hit. The highest the dagger can possibly hit is 43-43 against a player and 49-45, 49-49 while using a salve amulet against undead creatures. The Abyssal Dagger's special attack is notably weaker than the Dragon Daggers. This is evident when comparing the Abyssal Dagger's max of a 43-43 to a Dragon Dagger's 49-49.
What?
It's more accurate against higher defense monsters due to its attack bonuses, but it's just so much worse than a DDS. And I think now the DDS you can hit, I don't know if it's with Altor or Bellator. I think the DDS can do 50-50.
Wow.
With max Altor. I think it's a 50-50. So the dagger is just shitty.
Oh, yeah. I think you've convinced me. People in recording booth chat saying, G4 Drake, Said it's one of the best weapons to train strength. I knew it was something. I knew it.
Yes,
best in
as a
slot for
training
something,
sword,
yeah.
sure, it's fine.
So would that not
But-
hold on? Rule of cool and that, I think it should go in at least C tier. Rule of cool.
I
This
don't
thing
agree,
looks
'cause
sick.
I don't think
You can poison it.
I don't think it looks cooler than the dragon dagger. I think it looks like a broken piece of metal.
Did you see the dragon dagger? Have you seen it recently? Look at your arm real quick. Yeah.
I've seen it once or twice.
And then look at
I
this.
think the dragon dagger.
This
I
looks
think- I
so
like
much
the
cooler.
simplicity of the I don't think so. I think it literally looks like a broken metal shard.
And that's
don't-
why it looks cool. It's all
I don't like
jagged
the
and
coloration. It looks like
red.
it's one color,
No,
right?
I don't think it does look like.
I
one
don't
color.
love it.
I think you're just hate. You're a dragon. You're a abyssal dagger hater.
I am because I think it's a garbage weapon, but I don't think it looks that cool. I think the reduced damage really kills it for me. And I don't know, man.
You're a hater.
I think it's a D tier weapon.
Hater.
I don't think make it like, oh, cool, you can train strength with it. You can train strength with a ton of weapons.
Have you not?
I got 99 strength with a scythe.
Well, you're
Scythe
rich.
is real good for training strength. Exactly. So like, oh, you could train strength with it. You can train strength with a lot of weapons, dog. Just you can train strength with a whip, stick it
on.
uncontrolled. Like it's not.
Come on, that's rude. The thing about this
I'm
is,
just saying.
listen, this is a one-handed weapon that you can train strength with. It's quick and it has a decent attack speed. So, I'm content with C tier because of the rule of cool.
I don't think it's that cool.
Well, I don't know if we should listen to your opinion in this instance.
Wow. Michael said the recording booth chat is convincing me
Yeah,
to put it in C tier.
everybody likes
and
it.
I don't think your opinion matters.
Don't listen to Oxie. Thank you, Francine.
Don't listen to Oxie. There's all right. Never mind. I'm gonna keep the elitism to myself.
Thank you.
We'll put this dog shit weapon in the C tier.
Great. Moving
It
on.
shouldn't go in the C. I'm putting it on the record that it's not a C tier weapon, but we'll put it there.
Moving on. What's next? Should we just throw up the Bofa? Should we just throw it up in the S tier? You're gonna sit here and tell me the Bofa is not S tier? How? Okay, you're gonna have to convince me. Please
I'm trying to
convince
convince
me.
myself of where it goes.
Oh,
I'm really trying to convince myself of where it goes because it's really not best in slot anywhere.
anywhere? Anywhere.
I'm really trying to think of where it's best
Well, it
in slot.
doesn't
I
have
think it's
to
good
be-
at normal
Listen,
Leviathan.
it doesn't have to be best in slot to be S tier.
All
but the
right, so
blowpipe
this
is
is an
up
argument.
there.
Okay, let's look behind the curtain at Michael's argument.
Peek.
He owns a Bofa and likes it a lot.
I love
and
it.
He wants to put it in the S tier because he likes it a lot because he owns one.
Yes.
It's a cool weapon. You can recolor it.
I think the
right?
T-bow
I got
is
my Bofa
oh.
myself.
Overrated.
Okay, we'll get to that here in a little bit because I feel like if we're going to argue about the Bofa, we're almost certainly going to argue about the T-bow of where it belongs. With that statement alone, we are in for a treat later, folks. I'm really torn with the Bofa because it's obviously not a dog shit weapon. It's a good weapon. It's good to use. It's what a lot of people are going to use for a really long time before you get a twisted bow. I main hand a Bofa. I can't afford a T-bow yet. Granted, I have other priorities with my weapons. That's why I don't use it. But I don't know.
It doesn't require ammo. It has unlimited ammo. It has
once you corrupt it,
right? But you're going to corrupt it. Even if you don't corrupt it, it has 20,000 charges.
I'm. Does it start with 20K? I don't think
Yeah,
it starts
with 20K.
Why
Why would you doubt me? Are you Googling it?
I am, yes. The bow starts with 10,000 charges, so split it down the middle.
Damn.
Okay.
Okay. 10,000. Still 10,000 arrows for free? Not for free. Just you have to equip it. So this bow is either comparable or in some cases better than the T-bow in a decent amount of places that I think it's enough to put it in the S tier. Because not all monsters have a high magic level. But the Bofa, like, it doesn't matter what their magic level is. It's going to hit like a tank. If the monster has a high magic level, then we say T-Bow is better. But if it doesn't, you bring a Bofa. And you're certainly not going to bring a blowpipe in places where you would take a Bofa. Crystal's pretty much easy to wield, and they made the Slayer helm act as a crystal helm, so that just helps. You can do the entire fight caves with a Bofa. It's just like all the places that you would like take a T-Bow, you can take a Bofa, and it's almost just as good. Almost. So I would not feel comfortable putting this in the A tier. Sitting next to an arc light.
That sounds like mad Iron Man copium. I think putting it in the S tier is fair. But those arguments, it's basically the same as a T-Bow. So it's like, man.
It is basically the same as a T-Bow.
It's not, but okay.
Otis says it's all subjective. This is literally the subjective segment.
It's the point of this. It's the point of this episode, Otis. Killing it there.
All right, moving on to let's just ignore this both because it's not supposed to be here. Well, there was another one that was duped. Hold on. I think it was the Elder Maul was duped. I don't know why there's multiples of them. I didn't do that. Should we?
Sure seems like you did there, bud.
Should we bring it back to the mid game a bit and talk about the cudgel? Sarachnis cudgel?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Sarachnis cudgel. Did you know that I was reading up on this specifically for this episode? The cudgel is just all of Sarachnis' legs bound together by web.
Yeah.
I didn't know that until today. I was like, why does it look so
that's what the design
dumb?
is. Yeah, you like hold. That's why it's wrapped up like that. Yeah.
It's pretty neat. It's a cool weapon design, actually. That makes up for the fact that they reused a Chompy as the body for Sarachnis. They actually designed a weapon that makes sense. I would put the Sarachnis cudgel. It certainly can't go right next to the bludgeon, so it has to go below the bludgeon in the C tier. Because like the bludgeon is a better weapon. It's like the direct upgrade to the cudgel.
But the Sarachnis cudgel is such a good strength training.
Are you gonna flame me? Are you mad at me now? Can we hash this out before we move on? What's wrong?
No. I don't think it's tough. I don't know if it belongs in B or C because it's truly just okay. Like very rarely do I come across someone who uses it mainly.
Mm-hmm.
I rarely come across people who main the Sarachnis cudgel. I think we kind of strive for it on our irons because we have dog shit crush weapons.
Yeah.
But I think otherwise it's, it's funny for me because the amount of time I spent doing it for bingo, that to me is kind of funny.
Trying to get it.
But yeah, the amount of times we try to get a second cudgel, that's probably the only thing I think I find funny. I also got it when it was like a mil back in the day. I got it on like 4 KC.
Ooh. I also got mine at like 3 KC. But I don't think it was that expensive.
It was real expensive when I got it back in the day. I was shook. Yeah, I don't know. I'd stick this in the totally indifferent tier. It's probably where I'd put the cudgel, in the totally indifferent
Which I think
tier.
that falls like between B and C. But again, I wouldn't put it next to the bludgeon, so it's got to go in C. It has enough uses in the mid game that I think it still holds its own when it's 116k to buy it versus the 10 mil, which most people in the early to mid game, their entire bank is probably worth 10 mil. So you can definitely afford this weapon and then use this weapon to make more money. Like if you sat here and you did enough farm runs to get 100k, and then you spent that 100k on a cudgel, and then you killed Sarachnis for like 3 or 4 hours, then you've made all your money back plus more. Just in drops. So it's definitely something to work towards, or like it's something that you use to work into the late mid game towards the end game. And it's great for Iron Man. So all around.
It's a mid game.
It's a mid game weapon. As a mid game weapon, that's kind of how I'm framing this, because we're two end gamers sitting here talking. But if this was like a mid game tier list, this would probably be like A tier. But we're not, and this is not a mid game tier list. It's an all around tier list.
I think C tier is a fine.
Yeah, C tier is great. C tier is great. We've got another couple, like we've got basically.
Let's get the scam hammer going.
Yeah, we have like two or three more categories. It's raids and then spec weapons. So
let's get we got the Karis Partisan and the Warhammer. Where are we putting those two weapons? Karis Partisan.
Karis Partisan is probably one of the newest like free weapons that is really actually good. Sometimes you get quest items that are meh at the end of the day, but the Karis will carry you through TOA. And then once you get the gems, it carries you outside of TOA in some instances.
It's just the blue gem outside of it, but it's still. I was maining the blue gem the other day at Calfight Queen.
Mm-hmm. It was really good. It's really good. It slips between the
chitin.
The what? What
slips between the chitin?
Yeah, there's a message in your chat box of like the weapon.
You get hit ridiculously hard with the Karis, the Breach of the Scarab, the blue one. Then obviously the yellow one is used for higher invocation TOA, and the red one is fun. The Eye of the Corruptor.
Mm-hmm.
I got the red one day one. That was so much fun to use because we were going ham with that thing. Because when it would first drop, I would be the one to get to the core. I would spec it with the red gem, and everyone would just unload on it. It was so much fun. I'd put it B, just because.
Yeah.
It's got uses at the high level with the gems. It's our best stab weapon on our Iron Man.
Yeah. Without the gems, though, this would be pretty much like D or C.
C tier weapon without the gems, probably. Maybe even D. Who knows? The gems bring it up. I think putting it in the B tier is fine.
Yeah. I like having it be the best weapon we have on the Iron Man is kind of nice, and it was free. Didn't have to buy it. Just had to do the Circle of the Water quest to get it. And then the Circle of the Water. The Circle of the Water quest. Anyway, next one is Scam Hammer.
Scam Hammer.
I'm gonna let you take this one because I'm really interested to see where you put it.
Dragon Scam Hammer. This weapon, I don't think it's ever actually hit a target a day in its life. I gotta level with you. This hammer pisses everybody off. Because why would the hammer ever hit, right? Obviously, that's a bit of a blanket statement. Of course, the Dragon Warhammer does hit. And the Dragon Warhammer, it fucks when it hits. Whenever a monster has high defense, you take it, and it does real well with 30% damage or defense reduction. It's solid, obviously. I don't need to explain the Warhammer to you guys, right? I'm always, for a while, I was of the stance that, like, you can probably get away with a BGS over a Warhammer because the price discrepancy used to be like 8 mil for a BGS and like 50 mil for a Warhammer, right? Mm-hmm. That used to be the difference. That's no longer the case. The BGS, I think, is a little bit more accurate most places, and I quite like the BGS. But I think the Warhammer is probably A tier.
Okay.
I don't think Warhammer's gotten a ton of use recently, though. I think for some reason in the last like year or two, they've been really afraid to make bosses require a Warhammer. You notice that?
I did notice that.
Like, let's look at all the new bosses that we've kind of looked at. All the new bosses that have come out. All the new variants of the Willy bosses. All the 4 bosses from Desert Treasure 2. All of TOA. The Warhammer doesn't have any use.
Yeah.
I'd probably argue Fazani's Nightmare is the last thing you could Warhammer spec, but frankly, Claws hit so damn hard against Fazani, it's hard for me to justify taking Warhammer over Claws.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or if you're at the upper level money-wise, maybe Voidwaker at this point. So I think they've got to make hammer essential
Right.
with a new piece of content. Like we need something that like the bosses are ridiculously high defense. Because I don't even think hammer's good against Duke. Hammer's not good against Muspa. Hammer's not good against. It's not good against a lot of bosses. The new bosses these days. The older ones, yeah. You take it to Tob. You take it to Chambers. Right?
Yeah, so it's
you can't take it to God Wars, and this is where I get contentious because stop taking it to God Wars. It's never going to hit the bosses at God Wars. Bring the BGS. It's never going to hit Bandos. I think Bandos is immune to the Dragon Warhammer. So is Krill. Take a Bandos Godsword. I'm telling you, you're going to be much happier. BGS all the way. Particularly with Krill and Bandos. I did recently have my mind changed about Calify Queen, though. Because of the bingo team that I'm on, I was bringing BGS, and we were all in a party, so they kept getting, like, the pings whenever I would do BGS damage. Yeah. And they're like, why aren't you taking Warhammer? I'm like, dude, the Warhammer doesn't hit Calify Queen for shit. And they're like, Calify Queen's weak to crush, dumbass. Take it. And I'm like, all right, if this Warhammer misses, I'm selling it right now. And it hit a 76 into a 40.
Oh, my gosh.
So I'm like, all right.
I guess we're keeping it.
I guess we'll keep the Warhammer in the bank for now.
If we're going rule of cool, the Warhammer Bounty Hunter ornament it's pretty fire. I really want it just for the fact that it looks so cool. I'll never really
it's pretty neat.
I'll never be able to. I had to say never, but like it's probably going to be a rare sight to see me doing Bounty Hunter. But maybe one day. I just got A7 mining. Woo! I think for me, this has somewhat like my view on the Warhammer has a little bit of a nostalgic feel to it because back in the day when Shamans first got released, I camped them a lot, trying to get it because back when I was doing it, the Warhammer was like 85 mil. And that would have been like account changing money. I never got it while I was killing shamans. And apparently I'm under rate too. But I never got it. And it never really... I did get it eventually, but not when I was camping it. So it was the one item I think in my entire like time playing RuneScape, I actually did a grind to get it. If that makes sense, there's not really another item that I was like, I'm not leaving until I get this type of thing. And then obviously it's just kind of, it's always been up on a pedestal for being the spec weapon. But then like you're right, like BGS has kind of evened that out. It's even the fields. And its fall from grace was TOA. Because before TOA, Warhammer was like 40 mil. And then,
well, I don't know if Hammers had a fall from grace.
Oh, it did.
Just had a fall in price. Harmonized Orb had a fall in grace. Harmonized Orb is no longer useful where it was useful because a weapon has now completely outclassed it. A hammer isn't fallen from grace. The hammer is no longer not useful. It's not useful at new content.
Right.
But the old content we use that is still very, very, very useful.
True.
So I don't think it's had a fall from grace.
It's just less.
It's just not as useful and not as expensive with new. It's not as useful at new content. Therefore, it's not as expensive. But I don't think it's not like the Harmonized Orb that's had a fall at all.
Its average use over time has gone down. So before TOA, I think hammer was like 40 mil, 45 mil. And then in the week of TOA and like the coming weeks, it slowly fell. I think the day that TOA came out, people realized, oh, hammer's not useful. And it dropped down to like 30 mil. And now it's like 26 mil. So it's just continued to go down. And I think you're right. If they release a boss in the future that has a really good defense level and you need to reduce it, who knows though? BGS may still shine. I don't know.
It depends on the level of the monster. So if there's a certain, I don't know the exact number, but like the lower the defense, but the more pain, like Vorkath, you BGS. Vorkath doesn't have high enough defense to justify the hammer. Seg has high enough defense to justify the hammer, right? So like the higher the number, the better the hammer is. Callisto and Vedion, before they got reworked, those were big hammer bosses.
Yeah, I
Because
remember
if you could
bringing
land hammers, it would be real helpful.
Yeah, I remember
But-
bringing the hammer to Therion. And you
But,
notice
like-
a massive difference.
Yeah, the lower because the hammer, the 30% will stack. It'll take 30% away from the total defense remaining. So if it's 30% of 100, then it becomes 30% of 70 on the second spec, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
But the BGS is just raw damage, so you could technically get it down to 0 defense at 100. If it is a 100 defense monster with max strength, you could get it to 0 defense.
Oh, wow.
And then start lowering other stats because the BGS just does raw numbers, which is why hammer's better when it's higher.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Cool. So A tier. I think it's comfortably sitting.
I'd put
in
hammer in the
yeah,
A tier.
It's
yeah.
comfortably sitting there. So now
Now
we're down to
getting-
these are the duplicates. We're gonna ignore those.
Now we're getting into the raids weapons.
Yeah.
Notably,
well,
there are
2 of them
Well,
left.
we got Dragonheart Lance. We forgot about Dragonheart Lance.
Sorry, I always think Dragonheart Crossbow and Dragonheart Lance are not in the same category as far as like this is a raid weapon, this is not. So Dragonheart Lance, man, this one's hard for me because again, this little bastard was born and it just kind of like it took the favorite child spot. You know what I mean? Like you had your 2 big brothers, you had the whip and the lance, and then the baby boy was born, and now the parents are like, yeah, you're definitely my favorite. So Lance is A tier. There's no denying it. Lance is A tier. It probably could have been S tier.
Lance is still better at Chambers. I think Lance is still better at Vorkath and Hydra. I think. I mean, technically, Tebow's best at Hydra, but I think if we want to look Alchemical Hydra Strategy Guide, if we scroll down to Melee, Lance is still best in slot at Hydra, and then Vorkath, I think Lance is still best in slot, right? Surely Lance is best in slot. If you're using Melee. Yeah, Lance is still best. So like it's does what it does in its niche perfectly. It goes burr against dragons.
Yeah, it really does. But you also have the DHCB. So
I mean,
if you were going to choose stand next to the dragon or be away from the dragon, I don't know. Melee Vorkath is really fun though.
do they have to be mutually exclusive like that though?
Do they?
Like,
I don't know.
because like you could bring both. Like you bring both to Chambers if you have both, unless you have
True.
Tebow or Scythe. Like assuming you don't have the mega weapons like DHCB and Lance. I think at Cox for normal Cox. I want to say for equipment at normal Cox. Where do you find equipment setups, ranged? Yeah, DHCB is still second best in slot. For range, for head phase, that is. So like, it's not, it's not like you don't use both. I mean, I think this also kind of transitions to raid weapons decently well.
Mhm.
Like, I think they could both feasibly go in the A tier because they do what they do really well.
Okay.
They both go burr against dragons. I think the DHCB flutters and might be a B tier weapon only because some of the dragons Tebow is better.
Which is so crazy.
Hydra and Olm, Tebow. Because
Well,
Tebow's
yeah,
uncapped
magic
at
level.
Chambers. Tebow goes nuts at range at the head phase.
Mhm.
So I think because of that, DHCB might be B tier, but you can also, like you said, recolor the DHCB.
Yeah.
And that's cool
Rule
as
of
hell. So I think
cool.
both of those weapons could go in the A tier because they're not the best outside of their niche.
Mhm.
And I think that's okay because I think the game needs more niche weapons. I think TMD's brought it up a couple of times. We need more enemy types
Oh.
in the game to make more niche weapons. We need like abyssal enemies now have their own certain thing. We need different we just need stuff,
Yeah.
right? We need new stuff.
Because that's very classic,
But-
like D&D, you know?
Mhm.
Anyway. We've gotten into the raid weapons.
We are in the raids weapons. So obviously we're not getting into the big three just yet, right?
Sure. Those are saved
But
for later.
those are certainly saved, but we do have more, right? So we've got the claws, the Elder Maul, the Kodai, and the Dins.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course we have the other one. That's not a mega rare weapon, but we'll talk about it before the mega rares. So let's see here.
Claws are
Casket,
good.
still no Zami rune. Damn. Oh, claws are so much fun to use, dog. Claws are so much fun to use.
I have not owned claws. Anytime I've had claws, it's because I'm borrowing them.
Claws are awesome. I kind of want to put claws in the S tier just because they're so much fun to use. I have so much fun when I use claws. They're
4
great.
attacks. How do you beat that?
Yeah, it's super cool. I think my max hits like a 90 something with claws right now. It's so cool. Like I really do. I just love that weapon so much. I think it's awesome. It's expensive. It makes you a lot of money if you get them in chambers.
What do you?
I don't know, man.
What do you think about claws being introduced in a raid? Because before you got claws with a quest, I think in RS3, right?
You unlocked claws in RS3 from tormented demons, which were basically demonic gorillas.
Gotcha.
I think that's how it worked. Because then when the Evolution of Combat came out, Dragon Claws dropped to like Alk price.
What?
Because they each became one-handed items.
Oh, I
like
see.
right claw, left claw, and they just like completely plummeted.
That sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine that they're from a raid. I think they're a raid level weapon, and they have been for a long. It wasn't until Voidwaker came out that anything really contested them as far as raw damage output.
Yeah,
you know,
it is kind of crazy.
Like
the disparage, like it is kind of crazy the scale of dragon. So on one end you have a dragon scimitar, which is very mid game, very much like that's going to carry you for a while, but it's not great. And on the other hand, you have dragon claws, which are very much end game, but they're both dragon. I almost think that dragon claws should have been a different metal type, but as far as the spec goes, I think that's what's carrying it. Because I don't know it.
I mean, of course,
anybody who just main hands dragon claws as an attack.
I've had to main hand them at Nilo room before, and it's really not great.
Oh,
yeah, I did that for a while back before I got a Swift Blade. I just main hand claws. It wasn't great, but what can you do?
What is the attack speed? Is it 4?
4.
Oh, okay.
4 tick.
Is there any melee weapon that's a 3?
No. Well, yes, Swift Blade and Ham Joint.
Oh,
that's why they're so good at Nilo.
Gotcha.
And at Fazani's Nightmare. I think Swift Blade is stab, and then Ham Joint is crush. That's why they're used at Nilo and PNM respectively. But
yeah, S tier's fine. I think it's like it's so funny to put a spec weapon in the S tier, but we did the Voidwaker, so
and the ZCB.
Wow. Okay, hold on. You're right. There's 3. They're just spec weapons in the S tier.
But like again, you use these spec weapons. You understand why they go in the S tier. Like they're crazy.
Sure. Yeah.
They do shitloads of damage, and they're so much fun to use. You ever open up a boss, dumping a double claw, dumping the 90-90 double claw? It's crazy.
No, I've never done that.
So much fun.
But I should.
So much.
I think I should just sell some stuff and buy them.
You gotta you gotta get into PVM, brother. You gotta get out of this Dolo Soul Wars Iron Man bullshit. We gotta get you into raiding or something. We really do.
I need a duo shadow split to really fund the fun on my account.
You have to go to TOA and not say, we gotta go on our Iron Man because it'd be such a good drop.
Oh, it would be a good drop on the Iron Man.
If I get a shadow on my Iron Man, I'm dropping it to my main.
No, you're not.
I'm telling you right now. I'm dropping it to my main.
That's a group decision, though.
No, it's not.
That's a group decision.
If it's in my name, I'm dropping it to my main account.
No,
you heard it here first.
Not.
If it's in my name, I'm dropping it to the main account because
I
don't have the magic level and I don't play the account enough to justify you going, Oxie, can I use a shadow every 20 minutes?
Not gonna happen.
No, I'm dropping the hell out of that thing.
Well,
if I get it, it's going to the main account.
That is so discouraging.
And you can't stop.
I can't stop you.
No, you can't.
It's a group. Me and Team D will stop you.
No, you won't. You will not be able to stop me. I'm sorry, fellas. You're not going to be able to stop me. It's got no purpose on my group Iron Man account. If you got a shadow, you can keep it. Cool.
Listen, if you
But
get a
if
shadow, we both
'cause
got a shadow. That's how Group Iron Man
no,
works.
that's why you want it.
What?
Because if I get a shadow, you think you get a shadow.
Right. That's
But that's not how it works.
Exactly how it works.
If I get a shadow on my GIM, that bitch is getting dropped at a secure location where nobody else knows about, and my main account's picking.
I don't know if you know, but that's how Group Iron Man works. If you get something, we all get something.
No.
Yeah.
Not when it's a shadow that I cannot use and would be a life-changing upgrade for the account that I actually can. Absolutely not.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Don't care.
That's so crazy.
Getting dropped.
Anyway, we're not talking about the shadow right now. We're talking about the Elder Maul. F tier.
Oh.
It's the other F tier weapon.
I'd probably put it in the D tier because it can be used as a KO weapon in PvP, but like, damn. This is.
But like, with that logic, the ZCB should go in the D tier because you can use it to spec and freeze stuff. Huh? Or the ZGS.
No.
I misspoke. ZGS.
So the Elder Maul is supposed to be a KO weapon because it has the potential to hit really, really high. It also has, I think, a 6 or 7 tick attack speed.
It's very slow.
Elder Maul. Okay, let's look. Elder Maul here. The Elder Maul has a 6 tick attack speed. It's got really good crush strength, and it's really good. Again, it's a KO weapon, but it doesn't do anything else. Like, it's too slow to be viable as a crush weapon for content that really, really needs it, right? Like Nightmare or anything like that. I think you can take an Elder Maul in Phazani's to kill the Parasite, but I think the BGS does just as well. So I don't know. The only reason I'm just putting it there because I don't think it's that great myself.
I think you look at your sticker on your computer and you think, how could this be an F tier weapon?
No, I mean, I don't think it has to do. It was my first purple at Chambers, but I don't think it has to do with that necessarily. Because like, I don't hold that kind of sentimental value for my first purple. I don't give a shit about Chambers. Come on now. I just don't think it just doesn't do anything.
It's not doing it for you. Oh, okay, fine.
Nothing. It doesn't do it for anybody. I would put it in.
Well, that's why I think it's
F tier. We can.
Yeah.
I just think because it has one purpose, But so does ZGS. So yeah, F tier is fine.
Okay,
F tier is fine.
Cool. Let's go with the Dins. I think I would probably rank this higher than what you would rank this.
What do you think I would rank this
You would
as?
probably put this in the C tier.
Okay, then I'm curious why in the world you think it belongs higher than that. But okay, well, I'll let you cook. Give me some reasons.
Did you want to put it in the C tier?
I would put it no higher than C tier.
Okay, this is
absolutely no
this
higher
is
than
an
C tier. So
A tier weapon. It's not even a weapon per se, but there's two main uses. Everything where you need to be defending yourself in the wilderness. So if you're doing chins, if you're doing bones, if you're doing anything, you're going to be using the Dins. You can use it to tank at God Wars, so you can tank with it at Bandos. And I don't know if you tank at Krill, but regardless, it's a tank weapon. And you can use it to aggro any enemy in a 10 by 10 square. So if you're doing Necreals, Dust Devils, anything like that, it's going to aggro them, and it does damage to them. So in terms of usefulness, when paired with a Lightbearer, it makes barrage tasks so much more chill. It's like I would never. Oh, and Abyssal Demon. So like in terms of usefulness, yes, it's kind of niche, but I think it has more potential than C tier. Probably B tier. If not A tier, then B tier.
So you think it belongs in the A tier? I think
in a world where you don't have it, it surely is missed. In a roundabout way, like if you're going to run bones, you're almost certainly going to get away. If you're going to be doing anything in the wilderness, really. I mean, chins, bones, all things like that. And then as far as tankiness, like it's a massive shield that you're holding. And then they buffed it and gave it a little bit of an attack. I don't know what you call that, but like they made it to where it's viable in actually attacking versus just defending. Chaos Cleric says, Din's Bulwark reminds me of Wintertodt, so F tier. No, it's okay. Modestly B tier. Definitely not C tier, but modestly B tier for me. Have you used it for barrage tasks? I don't think you have. Is that a no?
I haven't.
Then you don't know, man. You don't know. It's so nice. Like, oh my gosh.
I don't have any words.
For what?
Because you want to put the Din's Bulwark in the A tier. I think it's a C tier weapon because, yes, it does have some interesting niche uses. Yes, you can aggro a lot of targets. So does Ice Barrage. Darts are 2 ticks, right? It's not terribly difficult to aggro things.
It's so annoying
without it. It is quite defensive. It's good, but defensiveness really only has 2 main points. If you're tanking at Godswords, specifically Bandos or Krill, or if you're in the wilderness. And frankly, it's not necessary at either one of those places. It makes it marginally more AFK to tank Godswords dungeon because you can make a mistake and probably not pay for it. And you're slightly tankier, though the stats were significantly reduced back in September of 21 when they made all the rebalancing changes, right? It's actually now got negative magic defense bonuses, which probably makes sense. It is good to get away from people in the wilderness. I'm not going to lie, it does have its use cases. To argue that it's an A-tier weapon because you can be more tanky, which, as we all know, defense doesn't matter in this game, right? And then because you can aggro things slightly faster, I mean, I just don't see it. I really don't see it being any higher than a C. I really don't. I also really don't see you budging and putting it in a C.
It's not going in a C tier.
I don't know what I'm going to do with this because it's not
B tier compromise.
I need some PVMers to sound off in the
B-tier
Discord.
compromise.
Where do you put the Din's Bulwark? Where are my PVMers at? Where do you put the Din's Bulwark on this list?
You just leave me out of that group? I have 99 Slayer. I've killed like 7,000 Abyssal Demons. More than that, probably. And most of them were done barraging them with a Din's Bulwark. Not even barraging.
Like it's I said, PVMers sound off in the Discord. Let us know where you put. Let us know where you put.
It's a solid B tier compromise. I think that's where it's going to land.
A solid B. It's only a B tier compromise because I know I'm not going to get you to budge and put it where it belongs.
Definitely not C tier. Definitely,
it is. It 100% is. But okay, sure. I'll let you have another freebie. Go for it.
Chaos Cleric makes a great point. Vinny Bow better, but you know, I never used the Vinny Bow. And why is it not on this list?
Because we forgot it existed.
Because
we used 40 weapons and we forgot the Venator Bow existed.
Should we make this? This Bofa the Vinny Bow? Just for fun?
No.
It'd be confusing, wouldn't it?
People are gonna get confused. Yeah.
B tier compromise. Hell yeah. All right.
No, it's not a B tier compromise, folks. XP wasters out there, I need you to understand that No, I'm not going to die on this hill. I just need the XP wasters to understand that it's only a B tier compromise because Michael is dying on this hill. I am letting it go because Michael is dying on this hill. I need you to understand that this weapon is not a B tier weapon, but Michael's not going to budge.
Okay.
What's next?
Here's your challenge. I would like you to do a bunch of tasks where you need to aggro a bunch of monsters. Listen, take it to Necrils, take it to Dust Devils, take it to Abbey Demons, and do a whole task with darts. And then take this with a light bearer, take Din's Bulwark with a light bearer, and really try and do it. Don't just do it because I'm telling you to, like, you're trying to prove a point. Really see and think, is this more convenient? Because it is. I'm surprised you haven't used it. It's so nice. When you're just wanting to like feet up on the desk, relax, do Slayer, it's so chill. I love it. Anyway, moving on to the Kodai.
I guess we'll put the singular use case of this item.
No, it's not the singular tier. Like, in any other case, if you want to be tanky, you're taking the Dins. I think you just have a thing for Wintertodt, and this reminds you of Wintertodt.
That is what someone said in the recording.
Yeah, who said that?
Earlier. It reminds me of Wintertodt, so F tier.
Yeah, Chaos Cleric. You guys are on the same wavelength. Kodai. Why does this Kodai look so different? Is that how it normally looks?
I think that's how it looks in the wiki.
Oh.
That's how it's supposed to look. It's supposed to look like, beads, if you catch my drift.
Oh, yeah. The butt plug of RuneScape.
I'm shook after the Dins. Where are we putting this Kodai, Michael? Where are you sticking it?
So in the past, this had probably S tier potential. Maybe not S tier, but like high A tier. And then the thread of Elidness popped into existence and kind of stole most of its glory with it being like an unlimited rune source. Now it does have a pretty good I don't know how to word it. Is it a magic damage percentage or
it's a 15% magic damage?
Yeah,
increase.
so it has that going for it, which still probably would put it in the A tier. But it's just like in terms of places you take it, it was best in Slot Inferno, and then it wasn't anymore, or it's not anymore.
I don't know if it's not best in slot.
But why would you take it when you have like the other scepters that you would take now?
Don't have an Eldritch if you don't have the scepters.
Okay, well, that could be said for anything.
I'm just saying it's not.
Are you going to take the fire staff if you don't have a Kodai? Yeah, sure.
Do you have the music track for the Inferno unlocked?
I do.
Just out of curiosity.
I have the music key.
Okay, cool.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it means pipe down, Fire Caper. Come on now.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
So, yes, it's no longer BIS for Inferno, right? It's probably been outclassed by a lot of stuff because of the threat of Elidness. Not outclassed, just like we don't need the extra runes anymore for ancient magics, right? Because we have the 4-slot rune pouch. We don't need it anymore. We don't got to worry about it. 15% magic damage is tied for the best one-handed weapon in the game for magic damage, you know? So between that and the Nightmare Staff, it's still like the hardest hitting weapon when auto casting spells. I don't know if it necessarily hits harder than the Shadow, because I don't know how the Shadow works when you manual cast. I don't know how the Shadow works when you manual cast. I think the Scepter actually is 5%, not 10%. I think it's 5%. So the Scepter is a bit of a decrease. I think Staff of the Dead might be like 7 or 10%, maybe 5. And then Kodai and Nightmare Staff are 15. Still having unlimited water runes is helpful, depending on what content you're doing.
Teleporting to Falador.
Like, when I did Desert Treasure 2, I took the Kodai and then I think like smoke runes or something. So I could have all blood, death, smoke, water, soul. And that's all 4 of the barrage spells. I mean, I don't think it's a bad weapon.
But is it S tier though? I think that's the question we have to answer. So it's probably A tier.
A tier sounds about right.
Because would you let this sit next to a Din's Bulwark?
I wouldn't let the Din's Bulwark sit next to a Kodai, but
that's what I'm saying.
I know you're speaking to antagonize me. Maybe
just a little
someday.
Bit. Just a little.
Maybe someday, Michael. Maybe someday. The Raiders are cringing, but it's okay.
Poor Raiders. All right. Are we going to move into... Oh, we still have a couple more. So we have the Fang.
There's one more.
There's
one more non-super weapon we have to touch on.
You know where I want to put this.
The problem child of the last couple of months.
The favorite child.
The problem child because it's outclassing other weapons because it has not been coded properly.
Why is it a problem?
I don't know if it's necessarily a problem with the weapon, and I think this is where we're going to get into the Oxie, don't be elitist. I'm going to be a little elitist here. I think the problem is in the price. The Osmumpton's Fang. The Osmumpton's Fang is a cool 40 mil, something like that. It's a cool 40 mil. It's a good weapon, right? It's good everywhere. Like, so much so that we almost considered replacing the whip in the Trifecta good everywhere. Like, it is good everywhere, right? It is on every single melee weapon equipment list on the wiki. The Fang goes burr.
Mm-hmm.
And with the release of Ardorvis, we have discovered that the slash bonus of the Fang is comparable to, if not better than, the Scythe. That is kind of disturbing, right? Scythe is the slash weapon. There shouldn't be a slash weapon better than the Scythe. There might be some better uses for other slash weapons, notably if it's a 1x1 target. But when you have a target that's bigger than 1x1, Scythe should be the weapon that you use. Because Scythe go burr. But it's not because of the Fang.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the issue people have with that isn't because, wham, my Scythe isn't valuable anymore. It's the Black D'hide problem. Black D'hide was an issue for Wilderness PKers, not because of how tanky it was, because of how cheap it was. Black D'hide is like 15k for a set, right?
Right.
And people were going out there in Ancestral with Infernal Capes and Toxic Staves, and they weren't catching hits on people. Back before they did the rebalance all those years ago, right? Because it was cheap, accessible gear that is better than what should be best in slot. And I think that's the point of contention people are having with the Fang. Because the Fang is 40 mil. It is from the easiest of the 3 raids and can be obtained with absolutely 0 invocations. If you can beat Beneath Cursed Sands, you have the potential to unlock one of, if not arguably the best, all-around melee weapons in the entire game. Michael and I did it on our dog shit Iron Men. Right?
Took an hour, but
it took an hour because we have Iban's Blast and Dragon Scimitars.
Yeah.
Right? It took an hour because our accounts are not raid ready. We would not have made it through a Chambers. We would not have made it past the first phase of Maiden, let alone an entire
in a normal
TOB,
TOB, yeah.
Right? In a normal TOB.
We probably could do Chambers.
We are not.
It would take like 2 hours.
It would be rough. That's the thing. We are not. Our accounts are not raid ready, and we were still able to do TOA. I thought with relative ease. It just took 1,000 years, right? The issue with the Fang is because of how useful it is, and how cheap it is, and how accessible it is. That's the issue.
You say
with the Fang.
issue. I say that's the perk of the Fang. It's accessible, it's useful, and it's all around great. The problem, I think, with the elitist mindset is that just because Scythe is more expensive means it should be better. Scythe is only more expensive because it's a rarer drop from a harder raid. If you put them on the same drop table, Scythe would still be probably cheaper than a Fang because it takes charges, it's expensive to use, and it doesn't outclass the Fang. It does, but it's like,
all right,
factor-wise.
I just got 2 hard clue scroll drops at the exact same time.
Oh, no.
That's actually kind of neat. I got 2 hard clues. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do both of them because I really don't feel like juggling. But
when is Jagex going to give us stackable clues? It's like 2023. Come on,
I don't know.
Stupid.
But what were you saying? Go on.
It's not that it outclasses it. It's just when you put them next to each other, Fang does really well. Scythe does really well. Fang cheaper. Fang doesn't use charges. It's like, it's a no-brainer, I guess. It doesn't mean because it's cheap that it has to be less. Because if you put the Fang on the correct drop table that it should be on, Fang would be like 200 mil. Because the Fang should not be on the entry level. I agree with you on this. The Fang should not be on entry.
So you're even saying that the Fang is too accessible.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying to please the elitist mindset, the solution should be to take the Fang and the Ward and switch them. That should have been how the drop table works, and I'm to this day baffled that it has not. Well, that they didn't do it like that, because there's no reason that the Ward should be less common than the Fang. The Fang should have been, in my opinion, and this may rustle some feathers, the Fang should have been like as rare as the Shadow with how powerful it is and how cracked it is inside and outside of the raid. But it wasn't. It was put on the baby drop table. And why they did that, I don't know. It's absolutely mind-boggling. But since it is not on the mega rares and it's on the baby drop table, then we're going to get a lot of them. And a lot of them in the game means that they're just going to be hella accessible. It's the whip problem. They just keep coming in the game and they keep going down. It's like in RS3, whips are 72k.
Do you want to know why the whips are 72K?
Because they don't have a use.
Because there's but that's the thing. It's accessible. It's easy to get. They don't have much of a use past the point you should be using them. When you have this is the blowpipe problem. You remember when the blowpipe was best to use everywhere? Mm-hmm. Do you remember the old TikTok? Where does the circle go? That's right, the square hole. That was the blowpipe for every single boss in the game. That's why it was an issue. That's why the blowpipe was a problem, because it was usable everywhere, it was cheap as shit, and it was super easy to get. That's why the blowpipe had to be nerfed, right? The Fang is a raid weapon that theoretically should be harder to obtain, but Jagex really did not do well with the drop rates. Fang should not be an accessible drop under a level 200 raid. Changed my mind. The Fang should not be a drop at that level at all.
Or just very rare.
It shouldn't be under 200.
Well, I'm saying it should be as rare as a Shadow, and the Shadow is pretty dang rare. You still get them at 150s. I don't think it should be.
No, it shouldn't be as rare as a Shadow. It absolutely should not be as rare as a Shadow, but I don't think it should be accessible at a 0-level invocation raid with a legitimate chance to actually get it. That's where Jagex made the mistake there. So
are we putting in the S tier or not?
We are probably putting it in the S tier, but there's controversy beside it because
because it could go in the A tier, and I think that it would sit well.
I don't think it should go in the A tier,
but it should be in the S tier
because it's used everywhere, and that's, I think, the problem that a lot of people are having with it. You know, people who argue TOA and argue that weapons should be better in different places, is that the accessibility and the price when you're using what is essentially a super weapon.
Yeah.
You know, it shouldn't be, the scythe would be cheaper if it was on the same drop table. That's the fucking problem. The drop table isn't at all appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
The Fang is a good weapon. Yeah, sure, it's great. What are you doing with that other both?
I'm just putting them up there, so it's not as confusing.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Fang not bad. Fang good. Fang real good. Fang problematic. Fang real problematic.
Yeah.
Fang
is the favorite child who is problematic.
The Fang is going to need some serious adjustments. I think the Fang, they're going to need to rework the TOA drops for the longevity of this game, or else, because Missouri's in the bin. The Torva helm is significantly more expensive than the entire set of fortified Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
So TOA drops are in the bin. The only thing keeping TOA afloat is the Shadow. That's because that weapon is an absolute monster.
Well, speaking of the Shadow, I have a question for you. Is there a world where in any of these three don't go in the S tier?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's get into it. Who do you want to start with? Shadow?
No. We have to start with the one that's not going in the S tier.
The Scythe?
Scythe.
Oh. Poor boy.
You used the Scythe a lot in your day?
I owned it once, and it was to merch it. So,
all right, cool. I'll take the wheel on this one then.
Pop it off, King.
Because of the favorite child, the Scythe has really struggled where it should be useful. Scythe should have been best at Slot of Ardorvis. Fang shouldn't work on Slash. Scythe should be best in Slot there. Mm-hmm. It's not. Scythe is good at Duke, but Arclight could be just as good. And then, of course, the Fang problem. You can still probably use the Fang and flinch it, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Scythe should be better than what it is. It is not because of the kind of content that has been released. The kind of content that has been released has not really supported the Scythe being that good, because outside of TOB, there's always something that's just a little bit better, right? There's always been something that's been a little bit better than Scythe, especially recently. I think Scythe. It's really tough to say, but like A tier max.
Yeah.
I was originally going to say B tier, but I think B tier is a little bit too harsh. But like, I don't know, and I don't think it's necessarily the Scythe's fault. Obviously, it's the content that's been released. And I know it's hard to be like, oh, well, we can't just constantly release the same piece of content. Then what's going to happen?
Right.
I don't think it's not the content, it's the weapons that are in the game. Because now at this point, until the Fang is either changed with its slash stat or made so much rarer that the entirety of the mid to late game community has a fit, right? Like a Falador Riot Uproar where the Fang is no longer accessible under expert mode level raids, right? Until that happens, or until the Fang is adjusted for slash, Scythe is not going to shine anywhere. It's the same speed. It's just struggles. Even now, people have just discovered that the Shadow is currently rolling off of the wrong stat at Verzik P2 and is best in slot at Verzik P2. The Shadow is better than the weapon designed to be used for Verzik P2. Like, Scythe is down horrendously right now. I don't think it belongs anywhere above the A tier, and frankly, I think because it's down so horrendously, maybe even B tier, but frankly, I don't think it's entirely fair to put it in the B tier because of the potential it could have. Also, you want to talk about rule of cool? Scythe looks
Scythe
sick.
is cool. I think Scythe is probably one of the coolest weapons in the game.
It is awesome. It looks so cool. It's not where it should be. It's not what it should be. And I think that's why people are disappointed. It's also why it's 492 mil, unfortunately.
Do you think if it didn't have like a charge system where you had to spend vials of blood and blood runes that, well, maybe less, I guess, because like a charge system is fine. Most of the other like high tier weapons have it. But if it wasn't so dang expensive, because what is it like now? 2 or 3K per swing, roughly. That's what it used to be.
That's what it used to be before blood runes crashed.
Probably like at least 1.5K per swing.
It's 801 coins per attack.
Okay, well, 800 GP, still a lot when Fang is literally free to swing.
Can I say something that's going to make you upset? Are you going to be okay if I say something that's elitist and is going to make you upset?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. If you're maining a Scythe, money's not a concern to you anymore. You don't care. Oh, it's going to cost charges. Nobody cares. The inconvenience of a Scythe is that, damn it, I have to go back to Versenhaza and recharge it. It's not, I'm down bad on charges, boys. I can't afford them. You can. I get teased a lot because I ride like 2,000 charges or less on my Scythe, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
It looked weird because it looked like if you put the Scythe next to the Arclight, hold on. It in the character.
Wasn't the Dragon Warhammer next to whatever?
Just put the Scythe
when you get to when you start using a Scythe, you don't care about the charges. You're at a point in your account, money is not the object that it was when you were in the mid game. I promise you that. If you think charging the Scythe is too expensive, you probably shouldn't own one.
And that's why
That's
don't.
my elitist opinion.
I don't.
So it's 800 GP a swing. I think it's like $1 million an hour to use.
That's expensive.
If you're swinging every tick for an hour, yes, it's $1 million an hour, but no one's going to use that much in an hour.
True.
Right? If you're concerned about the charges for most of these weapons being too expensive, you need to make more money before you are used, especially the high. And this is the elitist opinion that's coming out right here, right? If you think the Shadow is too expensive, the Scythe is too expensive, the crossbow, the uncharged or uncorrupted Bofa are too expensive because of the charges, you got to get on the money making YouTube channels, brother, because it's really not that much of an upkeep for these weapons. They're meant to be minor gold sinks. They're not meant to be account breaking things, right?
I feel personally attacked.
Well, I'm sorry. I told you I was going to say something that's going to hurt your feelings. You shouldn't own the weapons if you don't think you can afford them.
That's like
Scythe is A tier. it's Scythe is A tier, and the rule of cool I think drags it into A tier, and I think the potential drags it into A tier. This could be and probably is one of my favorite weapons in the game, down horrendously because of the content that's been released. That's why it's not in the S tier.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then here's the other question: do we want to put anything else that's left outside of the S tier? Because I don't think either of them.
I want to hear your argument for the T-bow.
Being
you
A
said,
tier?
and I quote, the T-bow is overrated.
It is
I
overrated.
want your argument. Go ahead, explain that to me.
I owned a T-bow for all of 30 seconds. And with the fact that a BOFA can and should be used most places, can and does get used most places, I don't know, like for it to be 1.3 bill just seems like a lot of money for a mid weapon when BOFA exists. Sure, I don't own Missouri, so I don't know what it's like to be cool and be best in slot Andy. But like, give me some crystal and a BOFA, and I'll do any content you can do with a T-bow. Any content. I can kill a boss. Maybe it's a little bit slower. Maybe. But I can still kill a boss. You don't always have to be the fastest. That's my spiel there. There's no comparison for the Shadow. Like, I will give Shadow its rightful place in the S tier, but like, I think the T-bow's overrated. Mm-hmm. And that's a completely biased opinion because I don't own a T-bow and I never will.
That is rough.
It's crazy that
can we just run the calcs? Can we just run the calcs on what the max hit is on this?
2016, and the weapon is still 1.3 bill. It's only because of the GE tax thing. That's really the only reason. Before the GE tax, it was like 700 mil.
I don't know.
T-bow got down to like 700 or 800 mil.
I remember it was a rough time for T-bow. Why can't I run the calculators on this thing? Is it not letting me run the calculators?
If you swipe down, top right of your phone, there's a little button right here for calculator. You think it's S tier?
I
think you're a bit biased. Because you own a BOFA. What? I don't even know what that means, sorry. I'm just trying to fight for the sake of fighting.
Folks, I don't have any words to counter that. This man, we've had a running joke over the weekend in my raids bank team that some Iron Man in the We Do Raids Discord told one of my teammates that the BOFA is basically the same weapon as the T-bow. And
is it not?
It's not. Okay, so T-bow's got potential to hit ridiculously high. Like, absolutely ridiculously high. Like, if your max hit on Zuck is a 45 with a BOFA, it's like an 82 with a T-bow. Mm-hmm. That's just off the dome from what I remember, right? It is so much better at bosses that it is good at.
Okay.
That it's laughable that the BOFA is the same weapon.
But
right?
like
some bosses, hold on now, some bosses the T-bow is not best in slot at. Because some bosses have a lower magic level. That's just the way it is. That is totally fine. Some bosses that they designed that on purpose. That is a design mechanic of the Twisted Bow. The lower the magic level, the worse the T-bow is going to do, right? And it's also 5-tick. So like Nilo room, for example, T-bow sucks before Nilo boss. Nothing's better than T-bow at Nilo boss, right? Mm-hmm. But on the little Nilos, it's terrible. You know, I don't know how I can even get through that argument because it's just I don't own a Twisted Bow. I want to someday. I've used a T-bow enough, and man, it's not the same weapon. I don't think a class is at all the same as Bofa. I think Bofa is in itself an S tier weapon, but I think that doesn't make the T-bow an A tier weapon. I think the T-bow is also an S tier weapon.
They're not mutually exclusive.
Yes, if you cannot, and this is again where the elitism is going to hurt your feelings, but know that it also applies to me. If you think Bofa is good enough instead of a T-bow, you probably can't afford a T-bow.
I can't. And I don't want to.
That's where I'm sitting, because I can't afford a T-bow right now. I probably could. I have to sell like everything I own. Not quite everything. I got about 500 mil left over, but I don't want to get rid of my scythe. That's the main reason why I've not bought a T-bow yet. But that's neither here nor there. I like Tob too much to get rid of my scythe.
I think that 80% of the audience that we are speaking to right now would rather have 1.3 bill and maybe have a bill left over after they buy their Bofa than to have one singular item that is sometimes better. Yeah.
Define sometimes.
On bosses that don't have a high magic level. It's comparable, if not worse than the Bofa.
It's worse than the Bofa if the boss doesn't have a high magic level. It's worse at Bandos because the boss doesn't have a high magic level, which they actually had to change. Because when T-bow first came out, Bandos had like a ridiculously high magic stat, and T-bow was beating the shit out of Bandos. They're like, oh no.
That's not
so they
intended.
reduced the stats. Flash forward 7 years, Shadow of Jamekin, when you do the 5-0 Bandos, is like best in slot there now because you absolutely destroy because the magic level is not that high. So I don't know what else to say other than okay, T-bow's an S tier weapon. I really don't know.
Oh.
You got me in you got me in a place where I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure people would prefer a bill over other money. I don't. You're saying like you got me locked into some sort of corner. I feel like I'm talking to a wall right now. You're trying to tell me the Bofa is better than the T-bow because it's just as good some places.
And it's cheaper.
Dude. Okay, cool.
But not everybody has a 10 to 15 bill bank to own every single weapon in the game. So like if you are playing the game casually, as I am, then don't spend a bill more than you need to for something that's
so
just
here's
a little
one
bit
thing.
better.
Mr. Casual Player, T-bow's not just a little bit better. T-bow's a significant upgrade where it is useful. You don't own one, you've not used it. I don't know if you know. It's ridiculous, right? Another thing, most casual players want to strive to get better armor and equipment. That is a trend with people who play video games, not RuneScape. When you play video games, when you played Destiny, Michael, did you not want the best items, the best weapons in the game?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You have a very different view of RuneScape specifically with the PVM because you're a dirty skiller. Right?
Say it again.
Dirty skiller. But most people, when they play games, want to strive for the best of the best, right? The T-bow is one of those items.
I still think it's overrated.
It is the best of the best items.
It's S tier, but it's overrated. Okay? I said it. Overrated S tier.
Cool. That's Iron Man copium. There, I said it.
What the
I'm
hell
sorry.
is copium?
That's copium.
I don't know what copium is. Is it?
It means you don't have the item and you're not gonna get it anytime soon. So you're trying to justify it being okay that you're not gonna have the best.
Oh
of the
my
best.
gosh.
That's what copium is. I'm sorry. This is the elitism that's gonna hurt your feelings.
It does
I don't
hurt my
mean it,
feelings.
Michael. I'm sorry. I don't mean it like this. I'm just saying. Okay, T-bow S tier.
Shadow.
Let's wrap this bad boy up. Where are we putting the shadow?
Let's go F tier, baby. Thanks for watching.
Sure. enjoy this recycled commercial.
No, it's S tier. 100%.
Shadow's
Lobster launcher
dude.
S tier. We could have done this one
really
first.
It's
just get him
so
out of the
cool.
way. It's crazy
No,
how
then
good
we
that
would have
weapon
gone to
is.
break on a low note arguing about the T-bow. You can't go to break on a low note like that. The shadow is ridiculous, dude.
2 things that are going for it. It shoots lobsters and it looks cool as hell.
It looks sick
Like,
as hell. Yeah.
Rule of cool, Shadow probably, besides Scythe, I think Shadow is probably...
I want to see if Shadow gets an ornament kit one of these days.
What color would it be?
I don't know.
Blue?
I don't know. They might
To
make
match
it look
Ancestral?
like Ancestral. That could
Blue
be
and
real
gray?
cool. Although I don't think it looks bad with Ancestral. I think maybe it'll look like Twisted Ancestral. Who knows?
Ooh.
But
Does it look good with Virtus? You wouldn't use it with Virtus though, right? Technically, I mean, if you didn't have Ancestral.
you could.
Because Virtus shines with ancient spells.
Yeah, I mean, you can still manual cast Ancients with a Shadow.
What if you owned a Shadow, but you were still using Arams? Would your priorities
You're missing
be
out on a shit
Would your
load
priorities
of
be
DPS.
wrong? Well, here's a question
I don't know
for
if
you.
you're...
Is Ancestral with a Saying better than a Shadow with Arams?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Because you still have items, like, even if you just had Arams, right? You still have the +2 magic damage from the cape, the +10 from the occult, the +5 from the tormented bracelet. You get the magic levels from the imbued heart.
Oh,
right?
Virtus still
And
provides
then
magic
you get-
damage bonus.
You get the magic damage bonus from Virtus, and you get the magic damage bonus from the Magus ring. So even if you had RMs, you're still going to hit harder with the Shadow because it triples the magic damage and magic attack output. Ancestral makes that number go way up, but it doesn't make it so that Sang is better with Ancestral versus Shadow without Ancestral.
What about
There
Shadow
might
with
be some
Mystic?
weird... The damage bonus still
Still
applies
applies.
because Mystic and Arms don't apply damage.
Oh,
bonus,
do they not?
period.
Oh, okay.
No, they don't. Well, that's why Ancestral was so expensive because it's the only, prior to Virtus, the only armor in the game that had
I see.
damage bonus, right? So that's why that is the way that it is. You know what I'm saying?
This is a tree. You can tell by the way that it is.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm sure Sang is good. Sang's not bad.
Saying is
Shadow's
A
better.
tier, baby.
Yeah.
So that's the Shadow. I like it. If there was a mega god weapon to own, I probably would buy a Shadow. Although
I'm torn which one I want to buy next.
my opinion.
I don't know which one I'm buying next.
should buy a Shadow.
The problem with Shadow is I have to do a lot of TOA, and boy, do I not enjoy TOA.
You have to do
at the higher
TOA to
end.
make
I might
it
get
worth
one.
it? Is that what it is?
You make a lot of money at TOA of the Shadow because you can do like the higher scale invocations like it's nothing. And especially once you get comfortable with the Karis Partisan of the Sun, you get money 450s.
True.
But-
Shadow good. Tier list better. So, feast your eyes on this tier list. Rubber Chicken, not where it should be, but it is there, unfortunately. The only reason these two are doubled up is because I accidentally doubled them up. So, you're wondering why there's 2 Bofas? Well, because the picture got uploaded twice. And I don't know how to take it out. I guess I could do this, and then we take a little screeny. Can you not put stuff back once you've put it? Well, that's depressing. Okay, well, we have 2 Bofas and 2 Elder Malls. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, take a look. Okay, is there anything besides the ones we've contested on that you would feasibly want to change? Or are you happy with this?
I know I said earlier the BGS might move, but I don't think the BGS has to move. I think the BGS is fine where it is.
BGS and B tier. A tier. Yeah.
I will say one more time for the road. Din's Bulwark is not a B tier weapon, but
why'd you have to do
I
that?
will. I need to make it
Don't
known.
do that.
Okay, I need to make it known that
We
I
spent
don't
5
agree
minutes
with
on that.
You said it's anything I want to change. I would love to see that change, but I'm not going to fight for it. So just need
I definitely said, besides the stuff that we contested on, I think
Just letting you know,
Abyssal
man.
Dagger should be higher, but I'll leave it at C tier.
And I think it should be lower. So compromise.
Compromising B tier. Anyway, yeah, that's it. That's great. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. You want to send them off to the break?
I'm going to do that. I'm going to do exactly that. Folks, this is going to be a long-ass episode. 3 hours into a tier list. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Please, by all means, send us your own tier list. This will be linked in the description down below. The same one that we used. You guys can use it. Send us some screenshots. We'd love to see them. Let us know if you agree or disagree.
Yeah.
The conversation is going to be quite fun in the Xpwaste chat here this week and this weekend. Yeah, we're going to hope you guys enjoy this commercial, and we're going to see you guys after this.
Damn desk is always full of papers ever since he rolled it. Oh, didn't see you there. Good day to you, mate. My name's Herman Karanos, founder and director of this here Piscatorus fishing colony. We don't get too many visitors way up here, but I'm glad you stopped in. Stick around for a bit, I'll be more than happy to give you a tour.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an important safety announcement. Attention. This is a message from the Gielinor Protection Agency. We have received unconfirmed reports of a dangerous anomaly located off the southwestern coast of continental Gielinor. Preliminary data suggests a large, winged, serpentine-like creature, although exact descriptions of its coloration and pattern have been inconsistent. The creature has been sighted in bodies of water that have historically been classed as toxic to most forms of life. It is unknown whether the creature can live out of water at this time. No data from the fossil record matches these early reports, and therefore the Gielinor Protection Agency has classed this creature as a biosynthetic anomaly, rating hyperlethal. All cognitively sentient races within the immediate vicinity of the reported anomaly are advised to evacuate the area and remain inland until the Gielinor Protection Agency can identify, confirm, contain, or destroy the anomaly. If you come into contact, do not engage with the anomaly. Close your eyes and keep still. The creature may leave you alone. Please await further instructions. The Gielinor Protection Agency thanks you for your cooperation. You will now be returned to your regularly scheduled broadcast.
After all that, you still want to stick around? Well, glad to have you on board then, mate. We'll get you started here shortly and you'll be a fisherman in no time.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that commercial because I know that I sure did. It's everybody's favorite part of the episode. It's Patreon time, folks. We've got some new ones this week. We've got 3. I believe we have 3. Since the last time we shouted patrons out, I believe we have 3. In the Wise Old Man tier, the 2 new ones we have are Voltoro and he sent me a pronunciation. Let's see. He sent it to me. And Moadib. He's been in the Discord for a while, but he recently subscribed to Patreon. So Moadib and Voltoro, welcome to the Wise Old Man tier. We also do have one new KBD patron with Gumby, the man who I almost killed go-karting, if you remember from last week's episode. Yes. So shout out to the new folks who are on screen and have been on screen. So once again, editing Oxie, just put the Wise Old Man thing over my face and then back it up a couple of seconds to show that they're actually there, right? Shout out to you wise old men and gnome children and party peeps. But it's time for the big ones. It's time to shout out the King Black Dragon tier, folks. So, getting the KBD tier rolling, kicking us off, we have Broic70, Buckeyes, my dad, hi dad, Cloud Kicker, Damon S, Dicky Bird, Elite Oreo Dunker, EXP Enjoyer, Gay Raccoon, Gumby, Legend Gary, Lil Drakey, Mark, aka iSteam, aka iStream, MT Birchfield, our third favorite supporter, Ralph, Brylithian,
He's back.
SatanBot666, Seth Shep, Skooma92, SOSD3, Spartan Fire, Taco Ninja, The Big G Jordy, The Crayola Cran, Toast No Toast, and Tuz Talk Coots. Thank you all so much for your astounding support at the KBD tier. It helps us do really fun stuff like Xpwaste North, because we had a great time with that. We were able to give so much to the folks that showed up. It was awesome. It really was. We had so much. I know we didn't really touch on it too much at the beginning of the episode, but Xpwaste North was fantastic. Like,
It was a great time.
so glad that was a thing we got to do.
Yeah. I know
It was
you
so
guys,
much fun.
I know you guys all saw the vlog episode, so we don't really need to like go into a super deep recap, but like it was a blast.
Yeah, I wish our mics didn't break.
I know. We probably
really
would have
wish the mics didn't
we would have
break.
recorded more on Sunday, I think.
Yeah.
But alas, basically, Oxie and I woke up. We had to unpack the room, or pack up the room rather. We went to Bob Evans with Gumby and Boston, and then we
Mhm.
went and drove around until. Wait, hold on. We went. Did we go to lunch first?
We went we went to the botanical gardens at U of M to try to record, because we wanted to like record and sit down and do part of an episode, but it just finding
It
a
started
spot there
raining,
took
too.
way longer than it
Mm.
should have, and then it started raining.
Yep.
So we're like, nope.
Right, because we found a spot. We were like, literally, we were setting up. We found a spot. We were setting up. And then the forecast had called for rain. And we're like, okay, well, it's not raining now. So we get set up. The camera is literally there. Both of our laptops are on. We're about to hit record, and it starts drizzling. And Oxie's like, should we just wait a few minutes? I'm like, sure. We close our laptops. Torrential downpour for the next hour. We try and sit through the car to wait it out, and then it just gets to the point where it's like it's not gonna stop. So
Yeah.
no little extra bit. But the episode last week started. I mean, it was 2 hours long. So I feel like if we had done anything else, it would have been a super long episode.
Yeah, it would have been a long one. The interviews were, I think, 50 minutes.
Yeah.
So it was way longer than XPWay South.
Yeah.
But
Well, we had twice as many people, I think, to interview, because we did the interviews
Yeah.
last. Once pretty much everybody had left at the South meetup. But then this one, we corralled everybody together. They were all just sitting around because it's after we did go-karting. And we took them all in one by one.
it was a very good time. But if you want to join the Patreon to help support us for things like live events and other various stuff, I don't know. I'm not your mom, you don't have to if you don't want to. But if you want to, head over to patreon.com/XPWaste. Subscribe for as low as $1. Though I also heard there's potentially a free tier on Patreon now. So who knows? Maybe we can have people subscribe at like the Lumbridge cow tier.
Ooh, that would
That's
be
just free.
fun.
Who knows?
A
Who knows?
goblin.
Yeah, who knows? But anyways, it is time that we head over to the community question, which we might have two
We do have two.
community questions.
do have two.
two community questions. So one of them we're going to have to rapid fire.
Well, here's
'cause
the
one
fun
of them doesn't
part.
have.
It's 26 replies on one, and then 8 replies on the other. So
Yeah, like
There's
I said,
literally
so
no route.
one of them's going to have to be rapid fired to survive the other one.
Okay. Well, the longer one is from 2 weeks ago, and I think that's why there's 26 replies, because it's been 2 weeks, and it was.
Do you want to do the shorter one first?
Yeah, sure. So I guess it's the more relevant one based on what we were just talking about. So last week in the vlog episode, we didn't directly ask you, but anybody on Spotify saw that there was a question, and we asked you guys, hey, where should we go on the next Xpwaste in-person event? So starting out, there's only 8 replies here. So Dylan says Vegas. Brandon says maybe Orlando sometime would be cool. In response to the DT2 question, I'm tired of the mother effing treasure in the mother effing desert. Nice.
Tired of this motherfucking treasure in this motherfucking desert.
Is that a thing? Or did you
Huh?
you were just saying it? Is that
Snakes on the Plane.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't watch that. Anyway, Bloatsass says, come down under, mate. We can have some snags and shrimp on the bobby. Might even see a dingo or one of the 50,000 deadly spiders, mate. I butchered the accent there, but basically they want us to come to Australia.
I think that's why he typed it like that. He's like, They just knew.
Ooh, I like this name. Bofa Cola says Portland, Oregon. So I don't have to take a plane to hang out with the guys. Somebody doesn't like planes.
Portland could be fun.
Portland could be fun. Pacific Northwest, I'm down for it. I told Alicia that. I'm like, so we're gonna go somewhere on the West Coast, maybe California, maybe Las Vegas, probably the Pacific Northwest would be fun. She's like, you're gonna go without me? I was like, no, we'll take you. She's like, okay. I was like, you have to participate.
She's allowed to go.
She's like, you buy my ticket? I was like, yeah. Okay, you can come. Yeah, she's allowed to come. Just have to get somebody for the boy. Brumby? Jake says Milwaukee. They put 2 exclamation points, so I just started. I yelled it. Where is Milwaukee? I don't even know. Jake.
Wisconsin,
also, Jake says, this is Tiz Jake. Jad says, definitely come to Australia. Ooh, that's 2 for Australia. Moist Sean says, Xpwaste road trip across the U.S. We all get together in a van or 2 and travel across the U.S. while playing RuneScape at national landmarks. That sounds like hella fun.
I think we would kill each other.
We probably would.
If we had to stay in like a camper for a week together, we'd probably murder each other.
You and I? Yes.
Yeah. We've gotten to the like old married couple phase of doing this content for so long together.
And the last segment was just proof.
Yeah, honestly, it really was.
Hey, but at least we can laugh about it. If we were an old married couple, we'd have separate rooms.
We had separate rooms at the meetup. Michael fucking texted me. I was like dissociating on TikTok, just getting ready to fall asleep. Michael goes, yo, can you turn that light off? Please, was the next message. Last message, just a smiley face. I'm like, kill him.
Hey, it was like 1 a.m. The lights were on. Anyway, last but not least, DRabbit17 says the next in-person event should be in the UK. I can justify the UK to my wife, but not going to the US. Oh, I wonder if they live in the US and they're like, can't go anywhere here, but I can go overseas. All right, next up we have the long one, and there is quite a lot of replies here, so we'll try and get through them in a timely manner. 2 weeks ago, we asked you, what quest storyline do you want them to continue next? Crayola, aka Talonmorn, says, I would love to see a sequel to the Cold War quest and have a full quest line involving the Penguin KGP. Then maybe after the quest, we can get a new agility course where we get the penguin pet. Let him cook. Let him cook. Yo, that's a good idea, actually. Jacob D says, I want access to Menaphos. I've been waiting since 05. As a side note, I think I win at video game tattoos. I have the WASD on my left knuckles and the directional arrows on my right knuckles.
That's commitment right there.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see. Charlie says, Demon Slayer. Not sure if DT2 adapts further with this, as I've not played it in a few months. Demon Slayer would be cool. Demon Slayer 2, where there's a Scotizo's uncle or something. Yeah.
Like an actual issue. Because they're like, oh God, if we let this guy out, it will destroy the entire world. We can't do not Delrith, and you one bang him and you're like, oh. I remember I did that quest on my GIM when we were hardcores, and I did it as a kid, and I was like worried that it was going to be really difficult. So I like over prepared, and I think I may have one banged Delrith on the GIM.
Damn.
Because I was so worried that I was going to kill me and lose a life.
Overpowered as hell.
Yeah.
A feller named Matt says, I want more Lumbridge chef development. Maybe even his job. Eyes emoji. That's so funny because a feller named Matt ran a D&D campaign with us, and he involved the Lumbridge cook. So I think the man has something for him. Next up, we have Danny MN Suni says, send us back to Morytania. I would love to continue the vampire storyline. P.S. Last week's post was in regards to DT2, not DT1. Still a solid 7 out of 10. It's been 2 weeks and I don't remember the reference. I am so sorry, Mansuni. Alvin says, SOTF, Sins of the Father? Do you want more sins? More father sins? What is SOT? Is it Sins of the Father? That's all they
of the
said.
Father. Yeah, it's Lord of Vampirium.
Oh,
yeah,
Sins
it's
of the
the
Father
next
too.
quest line.
Oh, what storyline do you want them to continue? Oh, gotcha. We asked the
There it
question.
is.
They answered it.
Ding 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 ding
Ding, ding,
there it is.
ding. Dayton says, I want rum deal too because rum makes me happy. Can't argue with that. You literally cannot argue with that. The rep dog says, Jagex needs to pull their finger out and expand the Penguin storyline. Give me Penguin boss, please. Where's their finger and why do they need to pull it out? That's an interesting sentence. Otis says they need a Biohazard Part 2 where the citizens of Artie try to hunt down the king for his lying about the plague. The quest should be about finding the king and give us the option to either kill or save him.
Well, yeah, that would be a really cool quest. That'd be super cool if they expanded on the king after that.
So what are you going to tell him?
Otis, I have a sneaking suspicion you've not finished more of that storyline, but I'm gonna they work it out. Don't worry.
Jamungo.
Moving on.
And next up we have Jamungo. He says, Cold War 2. We could have a storyline like James Bond, where our characters has to sneak into the penguin base, defeat a big penguin henchman, and stop the penguins from destroying the world. Guys, what is with this penguin talk? There's so many
because the penguin storyline seemed super cool, and then they just like stopped.
I am so excited that I have not done Cold War yet on my group Iron Man. It's one of the ones I need to do, like ASAP, and I'm going to dig in on this quest just so I can understand why you guys want a second one so bad. Dion says, Fremenic, they should have it unlock Raids 4 that's in the same style. Ooh, that would be kind of cool. Raids 4 in the Fremenic area. That's really like the next place that they need to put one. Because everywhere else is kind of meh. DJ says the Slug questline needs some attention because those poor folks in the Witch Haven haven't been able to catch a break for 17 years. Oxie agrees. Black Sheep says Sheep Herder 2, the Unsheared. The name Black Sheep with Sheep Herder 2, get it? Anyway,
that's also technically a continuation in the elf storyline.
Okay.
The first Morning's End.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
right,
you got that
right.
canon. Yeah, it's technically the same thing, right?
That's true.
Right.
Evelon Olive says Mother Malum, not to be randomly squashed by a rock like an RS3. Salt in the Wound was the most hated storyline ending back in the day, but an actual Lovecraftian horror story in Witch Haven is my dream.
Mother Malum is the lady from Slug Menace.
Oh.
She's the one at the very end who's like, it's about to go down, and then you hear nothing forever.
Oh. See, I don't know if I paid attention to that quest. That's the one when you have to go in the boat dock, right? And it just gives you basically, or is that?
I guess the sea slug.
The sea slug. Okay. Man, why did I not pay attention
line.
in Slug Menace? Anyway, next up we have Duke Bradley. They say the only viable option is Sheep Shearer 2. The Unsheared.
Oh wait, did they say sheep shearer or sheep herder?
Sheep
I thought of
Shearer.
sheep herder. No, sheep shearer. Okay.
Yeah, Black
That could
Sheep
be
said
stupid and fun.
Black Sheep said Sheep Shearer 2 also.
Okay, yeah, I don't mean not sheep herder then. It's the exact. You do the exact opposite. You make their wool more vibrant in Morning's
It's so
End Part 1.
funny. Like 2 main quests in this game are just about like involving sheep, in the catching of sheep and the shearing of sheep.
And also the murdering of sheep.
That too. Mockcat says definitely sheep shearer.
Come on now.
I need a sequel. Side note, I would pay $50 a ticket / cover charge if it means that we can have Xpwaste West somewhere in California, Nevada, Arizona, Oregon, or Washington. So basically the West Coast. Yeah. $50? That's not bad. James says, unironically, Rag and Bone Man, what is the deal with the talking sack? What are they doing to all the bones? Does he have a niche prayer training method? Yeah, what is the deal with all the bones? And why is there a sack that's talking to him? We need answers, but not in the way that you think, because I'm not. Listen, look at me in the eyes. I'm not getting another bone for that man. It's not happening. You can't make me. Good Fizzle says the fairy storyline. Although I think it's super unlikely that they revisit this, the story seems unfinished and Daenerys is still being run by a mafia. Good point. Fun fact, in RS3, Fairy Tale Part 3 is how you unlock the ability to use fairy rings without a drama staff. But they just didn't do that in RuneScape, in Old School. Seabert says maybe it's time for a new goblin quest line with possible goblin boss. Ooh, demi boss being who? Bandos. Ooh, maybe you fight Bandos. Maybe that's how you encounter a god in RuneScape. Old School RuneScape, that is. Wait, they just did a new goblin quest. I'm confused. Nate Dogg says a continuation of the Myrique and Zaya storylines. I don't know what the Grandmaster sequel to Sins of the Father would look like, but seeing the new mechanics in DT2, I'm confident in the OSRS team. Facts. They've raised the bar, and the bar is really high and really good. DRabbit17 says, I would love to see a new follow-up to Monk's Friend. Personally, I would like to see a sequel to The Forgotten Tale, where Red Axe succeeds in taking down the statue. Ooh. Dynamite98. I would love to see a follow-up quest to Hand in the Sand. Some of these I'm like...
Foot in the sand.
Foot in the sand. Some of these I'm like, but why? What would be the point?
Why not?
Feet in the sand. Booty in the sand. Something in the sand. I don't remember
toes in the water, ass in the sand.
Yeah. I just don't remember the storyline. Just like why? What's significant about Hand in the Sand that it needs a sequel? Was it a cliffhanger? Was there something wrong? I don't know.
No, it ends pretty well.
Yeah. So why do we need a sequel?
Why not?
Why not?
Let's get Sandy up in here.
You're just dreaming of the beach. There's nothing wrong with that, though. Nate says the conclusion to the fairy tale storyline. It feels like one of those quests ported over from RS2. Instead of bringing over the third quest in the series, it is hung in the quest Purgatory. I would be down for another fairy quest because, yeah, it's a fun storyline. Did I finish it on my main account? No, did I finish it on this account? I did. Okay, well, yeah, I did both of them. Fun times. The only reason I asked myself that is because for a long time, I had not finished Fairy Tale Part 2 after getting fairy rings. I just left it unfinished.
Mm-hmm.
But I did it. All right. Next up, we have Taco Dog 8. With Sailing on the Horizon, we should get a continuation to One-Eyed Jack's zombie pirate storyline. It would be pretty neat to battle the most fearsome pirate in my ship. Actually, facts. Like the pirate storyline is pretty cool. The one where you get the wrench. Hydraulic Monkey just says Carl. That's the quest apparently. Anyway, yeah, the one where you get the holy wrench. That's a pretty neat quest. And finally on Spotify, Seymour says, "Give me Fairy Tale Part 3. I don't know what the reward would be, since it can't be a Dramenless fairy ring, but I want to fight the fairy godfather again." Ooh, I guess you fight the fairy godfather in RS3? Question mark. Ooh, yeah. I don't know what I don't know what the reward could be. Maybe, and dare I say, a new boss to unlock. But like, I feel like that doesn't always have to be the reward.
Depends on the level of the quest.
Sure. Moving over to our YouTube replies. Not as many, but we still have a couple. Toast No Toast says, "My arm's last adventure when?" Question mark. Aw.
Is my arm gonna die?
No, he's gonna live out his dreams.
My arm's last ride.
He lives out his dream of like owning his own farm, not his own farm patch.
It's funny you mentioned that. In RS3, player-owned farms, my arm is involved in that somehow, I'm pretty sure.
That's so cool.
So, potential.
That's hella cool. Voltoro Darkwatch. That's such a cool name. Voltoro Darkwatch. They said, I like the idea of them going back and creating more quests for some existing content, such as Godswords or Corp. That would be neat. Like, give it some backstory other than
There's
being
a
ported.
ton of content for Corp.
Yeah?
That's the shitty part about Corp is like I think Corp comes from what, Summer's End? It's like a 3-part wilderness only quest in RS3.
Oh, wow.
And Corp was like the final mega boss from that trilogy or whatever. And then they brought it into the main game, kind of like they did with Vorkath.
Why didn't
But
we
in
get
OSRS, they're like, let's just go for it. I don't know.
Seems dumb. I would have loved a quest. They weren't in that mindset back then, but I think like a mega quest would have been cool. But here's the thing. Corp is the chicken, and everybody knows it. So it's like it wouldn't have been that epic just to bring Corp in after doing all those quests.
I mean, if you're going for a Questscape and don't have BGS and Dragon Warhammer,
true.
Corp could be rough.
True. Dinosaur says, the desert questline. One of my few gripes with TOA is the fact that it was touted as the most narratively driven raid to date. And I guess that's true. But I would love to go into more depth with Amasket and how she corrupted the Guardians of TOA and captured the Minor Gods that you only interact with once after you clear your very first KC at TOA. I would love something akin to A Taste of Hope or A Night at the Theater, where we get a little peek behind the curtain of the raid and the story that was told there. The little lore books that drop after every room of TOA are interesting, yes, but very missable. Man, Dinosaur coming in with the in-depth answer to the question, that is. I think it's great. I mean, I was rushed, unfortunately, through my first KC both times I did TOA. The day one, we were just zooming, so I didn't have any time to stop and like read anything. And then I did my first KC on this account, like on GM, with Oxie. And I
Michael, you
Oxie.
don't stop to read a book in the middle of a raid.
That's what I'm saying. That's what he's saying. I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing.
You make it seem like you were rushed. You're like, oh, they dragged me through the quest. I couldn't read the books.
That's what I'm saying.
So with those books, if you want to read them, they should be in your POH. And raiders, if you're sick of seeing them on the ground, pick them up just once. Pick them up and then like drop them outside the room, and they'll go away. They won't spawn anymore. So a little tack for you there.
Good to know. We have two more. MT Birchfield says, Fairy Tale. I want the ending. Also, the Marxist Penguin quests. That's like 16 responses for Fairy Tale and like 25 responses for the Penguins. Jagex, if you're listening, you know what to do. And finally, Mr. Benji says, Fairy questline. Get the Fairy Queen out of the hideout so I don't need to do 4 fairy rings to get to the clue location. I lied again, folks. Furry Wall says, we definitely need to get another quest about the Temple Knights series.
Mm-hmm.
Which one was that?
Which one do you think it was?
Is it just called the Temple Knights? I don't know.
What quests are in the Temple Knight series?
I have no idea.
Oh my god.
Which ones?
It's like it's Recruitment Drive, Wanted. There's one that follows up. What's the one that follows up Wanted that gets you Proselyte?
Slug Menace?
It might be. Wait, is that Temple Knights? Yeah, that's Temple Knights, right?
Huh. I knew something. Yeah. Chaos Cleric just confirmed it. Yo, we got a couple more. I was totally wrong. People are replying outside of the responded comment.
Oh, it's almost as if somebody told them to do that because she's not going to put a community question up on YouTube.
This
so
is
it's
the
almost as it
last one.
God, one of these hosts said not to. That's crazy. Oh well.
This is the last one. Okay. Greg says, nice Carl Weezer impression. Thank you. Also, don't hate on the Questscape teleport. I use it a lot to access fairy rings when I do clue scrolls. As far as I know, it's faster than loading up my POH. I was mistaken. That was not a reply, but thank you, Greg. You're a real pal. That's my friend, Greg, by the way. I know him in real life. All right, folks. that is the community question for this week. Thank you so much to everyone who did answer. If you want to answer this week's question, it is, would you put the Tebow in the S tier? Yes or no? That's not the question. What should the question be? What
weapon? What is your favorite S tier weapon? Even if it didn't make the list.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's better than mine. What is your favorite S tier weapon? Even if it didn't make our list, you can answer that question on the community question section on Spotify, or the actually pinned comment under the pinned comment, or replied to the pinned comment on this YouTube video.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Oxie, I'm going to throw it back over to you for everyone's third favorite section of the podcast, the achievement of the week.
Hell yeah, baby. You see that catch? You threw it back. Bam. Got it right there.
Got it.
It was nothing.
Got him.
All right. It is achievement of the week time, folks. We're doing barrows because in the interim between sessions of recording, Michael and I actually took a break this time. We took like a 3 or 4 hour break. My team was crushing it on tiles. We got more regions unlocked, so now we got Morytania open. So we're chilling. We're big chilling. I'm doing some barrows while we do this, so hopefully I don't get killed because that could be possible. But it's achievement of the week time. Speaking of killing things and getting killed, we're going to kick it off with combat this week. We have a couple pretty big ones in combat, so usually we save the big ones for the end, but we're going to mix up and we're going to do the big section first, I guess. So, with combat, we have quite a big number of fire capes here. We have first fire capes, Gator Stew, Lupiter, that's I think how you say that name, or it's Lupiter, not sure. Sickness, who did it on mobile. Sudtone, I think was Sudtone the one that took like 2 hours? And people were like, dog, a cape is a cape, GZ. I think it might have been him. I think it might have been Sudtone. Because he watched the guide for the whole way, which is super cool. Elevira, who we'll hear a little bit more from here soon enough, and Stin got it on his hardcore.
Woo.
Continuing with the trend of first, we have Jumungo, who completed Zulrah and Corrupted Gauntlet. At least I think it was Zulrah. It was like a half-cropped screenshot of loot on the ground, but no collection log pop-up. So I don't know. And also no KC in the chat. So I think it's Zulrah. Because right after, he also got his first CG, first Corrupted Gauntlet, the Gauntlet Cape.
Oh, hell yeah.
And then also Bill Nye, the FBI guy, got his first Zulrah KC as well. Continuing on to the combat achievements portion of the combat achievements section, a lot of them. Both Siebert and Otis completed the easy combat achievements. That's Iron Otis. It's X and Billy H both completed the medium combat achievements. And Tacomanian and Evil on Olive both completed the elite combat achievements. So we have some more Chad Helm enjoyers. Moving on to some PVM kits now. TMD got his Missouri kit. Definitely thought he already had it, but he got his Missouri kit on his main. And then we do not have Blood Torva this week. We have 2 Blood Torvas this week. Tankneek and Immortal both achieved Blood Torva, which I've done some watching of the videos. I have not attempted the content myself. It's got to be insane. It's going to be like the next Inferno for me. That's going to be ridiculous. I also can't afford Torva, so it's a bit of a moot point, but that's insane. That 3 people in the clan, I'm pretty sure, have Blood Torva, and it looks cool as hell. It looks super cool. Moving on to the miscellaneous section here, we got a couple. With the double-double this week, Alavira got their first Quest Cape. It was a busy week for Alavira. Quest Cape and a Fire Cape in the same week. I feel that. I really do. We've got some more here, though. Dillygaff 105 achieved their Diary Cape. Spoon NM achieved their Music Cape. The Last Plague achieved a Diary Cape. Pork Jerry achieved a Diary Cape. And Crayola achieved, you guessed it, a Diary Cape. Quite a few people were able to pull that off this week. Diary Cape rules, by the way. It's such a cool cape to have. It looks good. And the teleports are cool as hell. I was using them earlier for clue scrolls, just like bouncing around and having a good time with it. I enjoyed it. Moving over to the skilling category, which is always the biggest, when we have these long stints between achievement of the week, you guys are just like, oh, they're taking a week off, time to get every 99 available. And we have a lot of them, and that's a good thing, because you guys are doing a lot of awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So kicking things off, we have Gowerly achieved a 99 mining, poor guy. The Big G Jordy achieved 99 prayer.
Go, Jordy.
Radical achieved 99 farming, which I think was his first 99. Shinkiro achieved 99 attack. D Falconer achieved 99 fletching. Spari achieved 99 cooking. Sir Brackstor, I like the way that name sounds. Brackstor. It also achieved 99 fletching. Elvish Rage achieved 99 cooking. 99 Cum achieved 99 cook. Jack and Clubs, a.k.a. Combobulation. I haven't heard from him in a little bit. He got 99 attack. He asked me what I was doing. He's like, what are you doing right now? I'm like, I'm just killing blood velds. He's like, down in the Hemo Alchemy dungeon or whatever. I'm like, yeah. He's like, I got to show you something. I'm like, oh, okay. Rolls up Scythe, Slayer Helm, and the Vire outfit. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he swung at one of my blood velds and got 99 attack. I'm like, oh, awesome. GZ. Crayola achieved 99 attack. I think we'll hear from Crayola later. Yeah, we will. Crayola got 99 attack. Reed Deasy achieved 499s this week. That's the first time I've fumbled on Achievement of the Week in a long time. He achieved 99 strength, hit points, mage, and range. And he didn't even achieve the most 99s this week. Like I said, y'all kind of went crazy. Parker J achieved 99 smithing and 99 magic. Zilke achieved 99 construction, crafting, hit points, and magic. Bill Nye, the FBI guy, coming in with a double-double with 99 cooking. Fish achieved 99 strength. Meowmo Poppy also achieved 99 strength by beating D Boots in the wilderness, just like punched him in the face. Pork Jerry achieved 99 range. Buckeyes achieved 99 strength. And at what was one of the most surprising 99 parties I ended up at, dancing around in a cow field, D4 Drake achieved a 99 attack, defense, range, magic, prayer, and farming. I don't know why farming was thrown in there, but he got it. 6 99s in like a day.
Yeah.
Capping things off with some total level milestones this week. D4 Drake, in all of that 99 madness, achieved 2K total, as did Eisenberg. Both Fumble Swing and Crayola both achieved 2100 total level this week. And everyone's favorite name, Dildo the Great, achieved 2200 total level. Congratulations to everyone who achieved something awesome this week. Skilling, combat, miscellaneous. We do love achievements. Somebody earlier in our recording booth chat said they weren't going to post something because they didn't feel it was significant enough. I said, nonsense. I'm putting in an achievement of the week anyway. Because there is no such thing as an insignificant achievement, right? It really, anything you feel is awesome to achieve is awesome to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
So let us know. Tell us about it. In our levels and achievements chat in Discord. See that smooth transition? I'm a whole professional. Head over to discord.gg/OSRSTNL to join what is objectively the best old school RuneScape Discord in the whole world, as a matter of fact.
Whole world.
We've got confirmation from multiple sources. And post about all the awesome stuff that you do. Like I said, it can be your first 99, it can be base 60s, it could be Blood Torva with an Infernal Max Cape. We don't care. We want to see all the cool stuff that you guys are achieving. Michael, I believe it is time for the fun question.
Yes, it is.
Do you have a fun question for us?
It's on your postcard, buddy.
I actually didn't get a postcard.
What?
Yeah, no, I checked the mail. It wasn't there.
That's disappointing.
Psych.
I knew.
This little bastard, before we started, I think that's actually... Hold on. Oh, I think my food's actually here.
Okay.
Hold on. So yeah, I got distracted there for a second because the pizza I ordered arrived. Michael sent me a postcard what feels like months ago. And I haven't checked my mail. And he's been like, Oxie, check your mail. Oxie, check your mail. Oxie, check your mail. Without telling me what he sent me.
I told him to check the mail before he left
and then I forgot.
For Ann Arbor. And then he forgot.
I brought the mail key with me and then forgot.
Yeah.
Because I was like, damn, I don't want to be late. And then forgot. That's neither here nor there, no, because we got it now, even though Michael made me delay the recording to go drive in the rain and get it. I'm slaving away over here. But this is it. This is the Colorado postcard from Michael. Did you go to Colorado?
Yes. I was in Denver for work.
Oh, right. You flew there. Yeah, for work. Yep. I remember you went somewhere for work, but for some reason I thought it was somewhere other than Colorado. But I think that's because I remember you going to Chicago for work. Too.
Yeah. I went to
And you
Chicago.
told me the flight was really messed up when you went to Colorado. I remember.
Yeah, it was. I thought I was gonna die. Legitimately.
So let's read this fun question, shall we?
Shall we?
Dear Oxie, I'm a huge fan of the show, obviously. I can listen to your voice in my ear holes 24/7 and never get tired of it. You are so handsome. This is the kind of smoke I need on all my postcards, okay? Every single one that comes in better read exactly like this, okay? That's just a future reference for you guys, right? We got a fun question written on here. If you could pick any mountain in OSRS to start a settlement on, which would you choose? Love, it just says dash Michael. No love, no nothing. It says, P.S. Love you. My handwriting, and then it looks like there's something else written there, but it's underneath the like code, so I can't even read it.
I think I said my handwriting is better.
It looks like my handwriting is hives. Oh, I think it says beautiful.
Oh, my handwriting is beautiful.
I can't tell though, because again, it's printed. Something is printed over it. So, the irony.
Otis was
Can't
asking
even
if
read what he wrote.
I bullshit the start of that. No, I actually wrote that. I did, 100%. That's real.
No, yeah, there it is.
I was trying to make it to where I was trying to make it to where I was like, if he didn't see who it was from, he just got a random postcard. It was like an actual fan of the show, not me. I don't know.
I need to check my mail more than once a month.
That's if he needs to check his mail.
Listen, my mail is in a different building, and I don't get any important mail because it's 2023 and email exists, and anything that's important comes through email. So we just get bills that we pay electronically, and then various like notifications for like seminars for counseling.
You should definitely sign up for paperless billing.
It's just marriage mail. It's junk mail that comes through.
Do you get mail from other people who used to live at your apartment?
No, we thankfully don't. We lived in the same apartment for years, so we don't really have that problem of getting mail from other people. But no, I don't check mail very often because I never have a reason to check mail. Like there's nothing in the mail that I need unless I get a package, and I don't get a package because I don't really online shop. So I'm not like conditioned to go check my mail for packages.
Gotcha.
You know?
Yeah. They have this cool thing where, and I don't know how I got signed up for it, but essentially they send me an email with a picture of everything that's in my mailbox every single day. It's pretty neat. And then it tells me if I have any packages too. It's like your daily digest or something. Pretty neat. Anyway, we have a fun question.
Chaos Cleric says in the recording chat, what about the IRS? They only do mail. Who? I've never heard of the IR. What?
No,
what? IRS? What?
Don't you only have to worry about that like once a year?
I've never heard
when
of
you get your W-2. Anyway.
Oxie's wanted in 7 states for tax fraud.
Uh-oh. Just keeps
but
moving.
Yeah, the fun question we got here. If you could pick any mountain in OSRS to start a settlement on, which would you choose?
Yeah, which one?
How about you go first? This is how we always do this. You get the fun question, you go, I don't got anything. You got something? So that's what I'm doing. We're reversing roles. I don't got anything, right? You guys, I need to look at the mini map.
Okay.
See,
So there's a couple different mountains. I'm curious if you would like count something like Eagle's Peak or Otto's Grotto as a mountain because it's kind of high. Maybe those are like hills. Maybe they're hills. The first and most significant mountain that I think of is Mount Quitamorum. But there's kind of already a settlement there.
There's already a settlement there.
So then Mount Kurum sounds cool. But again, somewhat of a settlement.
Also
already inhabited. So that leaves us with things like White Wolf Mountain or White Wolf Mountain or Ice Mountain. And both of those just seem dreadful. Like literally cold. And
too many wolves.
So I think I'm just going to, do as our ancestors and move in where I'm uninvited and go to Mount Kurum and hang out with Konar, put a little tent up there, and see if I can, make a life for myself in Mount Karul.
This man just said, I'm going to colonize the hell out of Mount.
You gotta, man. I
No,
wouldn't
you don't
colonize
gotta.
it, but like a settlement, it could just be like you and a couple friends, and you hang out. There's also mountains in Fremenic that have people, like mountain people, there was a questline Mountain Daughter that kind of deals with that. That's the kind of the inspiration for this question, and I was also surrounded by beautiful mountains. But Mount Karul, I think I'm gonna pitch my tent there, maybe at the base of the mountain by the fishing, by the farming guild. It doesn't have to be on the mountain, maybe just by the mountain. So, inviting yourself to an already established settlement seems like colonizing to me. Yeah, but I don't know. I just don't like any of the other mountains. What if I could dig
Really spoken like ancestors, huh?
What if I could dig into the mountain? But both of the other mountains already have people underneath them. Ice Mountain has a whole dwarf colony, and the other one also has a dwarf colony. What am I going to do? Wait,
I don't
hold
know.
on.
Maybe not steal someone else's mountain?
That's what I'm saying. That's what we could do. Or we could find an uninhabited mountain. Uninhabited? There are none. They're all inhabited. Man, we just don't have enough mountains. This is a terrible question. Who thought of this question? I want to know your answer.
I would go with the Arendar Pass. All those mountains over there. The Arendar mountain range.
Where's that?
Right by Prif.
Right by Prif. Oh, okay.
So here's my question. Do people know that elves are back? That like elves have a city again?
Why would I don't?
Because I don't know, right?
I don't think that would be common knowledge.
So what I kind of want to do, just for laughs, I want to start conspiracies around the world that there's some mysterious. There's like, it's going to be an outlandish conspiracy, right? Elves are real, and they live in a city that, hold on, used to be in a seed, but hold on, is made almost entirely of crystals, right? And they live forever, and they have like crystal automatons that you can fight. They have a demon trapped in there. I'm going to make these just absurd conspiracies. Be like, there's 9 elven families that rule. Like, it's insane. And I want to see how many people I can get to live in this settlement that spends their time looking for elves. They're going to be like, we're going to find it. We're going to find the crystal city of the elves. And no one's going to find it. Right. Because if in theory, if it's not accessible to people, one would imagine you can't see it, right? Like, you don't fly over and they're like, off to your left is the 1,000-year-old city of Priftinus. Like, you don't get that very often, right?
Yeah.
So I just think it would be interesting to see where that goes.
Wait, so it's
just for laughs.
It's been a while since I've done Song of the Elves, but Priftinus, is it actually hidden? Like, if you somehow made it into Chiranwin and you went to where Prif should be, you just wouldn't see anything?
So you see the walls of Prif, I think.
Okay.
I don't actually know. I could go there right now on the iron, but I don't know.
Huh. Because, like, when you look on the mini-map, it just looks like an empty field. Like, there's nothing.
It looked like that for years.
Yeah.
It looked like that empty field for so long.
That's kind of how I imagine it. Like, if you did a dragonback flyover, it would just look like an empty field until the magic is revealed to you.
Maybe it would just be like a fort. Maybe it's like Wakanda, where like it just looks like a mountain and a river and a dense forest until you fly through it.
Yes.
Which, by the way, what happens if you're flying by Wakanda and you don't have the clearance to pass? Do you just like explode?
I would assume.
You just like, oh yeah, I'm flying around Africa and my like casual pilot's license, explode. Like, what? Huh?
I'm pretty sure.
How do they like? How do they divert civilian activity in that area?
Would Wakanda not have sensors and stuff to like beep, beep, beep. Someone's approaching.
Yeah, Wakanda does, but if you want to be a secret civilization, you don't usually be like, "Hey, you're flying close to our secret city here. Can you turn around and go the back home?" You don't usually say that.
Well, they could though.
So like,
They could just have somebody on standby at all times, and if that beep goes off, they have to jump on the radio like, "You're flying too low. Pull up, pull up." You know?
yeah, but I'm just interested how they deal with that. You know?
SOS says, in most
Who
cases, I feel like you're flying higher than the shield. Well, yeah, maybe the shield doesn't go that high.
I mean, yeah, if you're in like a commercial airliner, probably. You know? I'm just trying to think of like,
Hand glider material. Like,
yeah, maybe you're hand glide. Maybe you're in a helicopter.
Huh.
The world's. But I also don't know where Wakanda is in relation to the next largest African city that would have helipads. So
Right now we are 6,000 GP or we're 6,000 XP away from mining being my highest skill. My
yikers.
goodness.
And I think that's where we gotta wrap this bad
Oh.
boy up. We can't have you mining now.
Yeah, I got to mine. Keep mining, boys. Yeah, I've gotten 170k today. 170k XP today.
I made a cool 13 mil.
What?
Doing
Oh yeah, how was your raid during the break? How'd that go?
it was good. We got a purple. Me, Heartless, and Shane got a purple.
What'd you get?
It was a Fang, which is exactly what we needed
Oh.
to finish Desert and unlock the Desert Secret tile,
Which
which is
Cow
it's a ward, which they call a gingerbread man because the ward looks like a gingerbread man.
some more
So-
TOA.
We have, yeah, it's more TOA, which it was me and one of my other teammates cause were so excited to like be done with TOA and we got the secret tile and it's more goddamn TOA.
Hell yeah.
But
Back
one of the other guys in our team, Shane, adores TOA. So
Oh,
thank God.
maybe he'll just
I'm not a
do solos.
no. We've been doing team raids like 400s and stuff
Oh.
like that, and maybe we'll go for my ward kit this week. We'll see.
You don't have it
Who
yet?
knows? My ward kit? No, it's a 425. I don't have
Oh,
that
your
yet.
ward. I thought you meant. I was thinking crafting.
I
kit.
got my backpack. I might get my ward kit.
Do you want to get my backpack with me? No,
I can try.
no, we're not doing that. It's not in the group, Iron Man. I have a question. More of a statement actually. I won't be here next week, so
No, you won't.
I won't. So I'll be in the great state of Connecticut, hanging and going places and being off
Mhm.
and not thinking about stuff. So I don't even know if I'll be playing much RuneScape. That's a lie. I probably will, because the last time I was in Connecticut, I got 99. I went from like 90 to 99 Hunter, I think.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was quick. It was herbivore. It was quick.
Does
So
that mean Oxie's got to find himself a co-host for next week,
yeah,
baby?
you do.
Taking applications. Let's go.
Just like do a random number generator for the Discord. Pick somebody, one of the patrons.
That seems, no offense, like a horrible idea.
Hey, should I
But-
train after I get 99 mining? Should I train Hunter or Rune Crafting?
Why don't you train rune crafting?
Actually, I'm gonna save Rune Crafting for last because I like Rune Crafting. Should I train Hunter or Agility?
Train agility. Why not? Just do it. Just train agility. Get her going.
Listen, if I get 99 mining, 99 Agility, and 99 Rune Crafting on this account, I have to max. I have to.
No one says you have to.
I
but
have to.
okay.
I have to. Anyway,
Ugh,
this is not going to be
Michael.
the 4-hour episode. So
I've got
I don't know.
hot pizza waiting for me
yeah.
on the counter. So I'm gonna go.
and I have a
eat
hot wife
and
waiting for me.
do so. Hey, yo, with good lord, Whew. Have fun, my friend. I'm gonna go eat food
Yes.
and enjoy bingo with the boys until I have to go to bed for work.
Not all the
tomorrow.
boys.
Everyone's been telling me to call. Everyone's like, dude, please call it sick. I'm like,
Oh,
Man,
when does
we'll
bingo
see.
end?
bingo ends on Friday.
Oh, you're just going to call in the whole week? Come on.
No, listen, if I, dude, you're talking about the dream right there. All I gotta do is call in sick the whole week. I don't gotta work. I gotta play bingo. I get to go fencing, brother. That's my like dream week right
Yeah.
there. That's perfect. Unfortunately, I can't do that.
Yeah. Well,
So
can't all have fun. Hey, good luck on the tournament if I don't talk to you until next week. And Xpwaste, it's been fun. I think Oxie has something to say about like YouTube and all that fun stuff. maybe. Like subscribe, like,
The
comment.
episode premieres on YouTube too. I don't
Hell
know.
yeah.
Do the YouTube stuff.
Do the
Yeah.
YouTube stuff.
Follow us on socials.
Check out
all
our
our links
merch.
are in the descriptions. Yeah, go check out our merch. But
It's almost
Yeah.
hoodie season, so
it's almost
get yourself
hoodie
one of the
season.
best hoodies in the world.
Damn, them hoodies are comfortable.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Them hoodies are real comfortable.
The fruit merch one is top
I
notch.
don't know
Top
about
tier?
I don't know about all that, but
Xpwaste.shop.
all right, folks.
All right, bye.
Yeah, this is where we call it. We'll see you guys later. Bye, everyone.